Welcome back to a really special edition of Dungeons and Designers. Not only has it been like quite a few weeks or months since we've last played Dungeons and Designers, but this is actually the first Dungeons and Designers episode where everyone playing is a designer. So, welcome to everybody here. Before we get into all the nitty gritty, this is going to be a little bit longer of an episode because, like everyone here, the extended editions are just better than the standard. So we're going to be putting a little bit of extra time in playing, and because of that, I just want to get through some housekeeping stuff really quick. As we're playing, if you guys are watching along and wondering, we're going to be playing conducting our battles in Figma. You can visit our YouTube, the M of 1 YouTube, to see some of the ways we misuse this tool to play D&D. Hopefully I'll be adding some new videos to that series soon. We're going to be using the battle maps drawn from 2-minute tabletops, so you can find them online. We're going to be playing with the 5e rule set and then some small add-ons from the Lord of the Rings role-playing game by Free League Publishing, which I'll explain to everybody when we get to that point. And then behind the scenes, who you can't see his face, but we have Patrick Hill making everything not fall apart. And I cannot explain. I don't know what the word I'm looking for, but without his help this week, none of this would have been possible. It was a huge effort. We've got music. We've got cool graphics that Lauren helped us make. We've got transitions. We're taking out everything we can and throwing it at the screen. In addition to Patrick Hill, we have Andrew Sale.
Hey.
We've got Beth Kipp.
Hello.
Andrew Kolb. And Lauren Rubin.
Hello.
Being our amazing players. And I'm Will Churin, and I'll be running the game as Lore Master. Tonight's one-shot is called The Queen of Amon Lanc. It's going to be a 4th Age tale, and when I say the 4th Age, that means that we will be playing in Tolkien's Middle-earth, in a time after the trilogy, specifically around 40 to 50 years after what the movies covered. Tolkien only wrote a bit about what happens in this era, so most of what we will be playing is sort of like a fan fiction I wrote, and I've been really looking forward to building this story together for many weeks now. Unlike a lot of other sessions that we've played and a lot of sessions other people play, time is going to be expanding very quickly in this kind of next few hours. Like Lord of the Rings, every time you kind of saw a scene cut, that was really days, if not weeks of time as they were traveling across vast areas. So we'll try to keep everyone up to date. Just know that as the story's progressing, this isn't a 4-hour time span that they're all together. Our characters are going to be together for at least weeks, and they've probably been together weeks before this. So, I'm so excited. I've been looking forward to this way too long. I guess let's just get into it. We begin late in the evening with a group of rangers sitting around a low fire, with embers releasing their last flames in the hearth of the Misty Meadows Tavern, the only tavern found in the city of Calimbel, nestled in the valleys of Lambden, south of Gondor's White Mountains. The lives of rangers once defied by the shadows of Sauron are now far simpler. The malice that once gripped Middle-earth has receded, but in its wake, the hearts of men have turned upon one another, igniting disputes and land feuds that stretch across the realms of Gondor and Rohan. Thus, the Rangers find purpose in these times, journeying between their distant outposts to hold order, to quell conflicts, and to shield the vulnerable from the remnants of untamed creatures that still roam these lands. In this age, the race of men, dwarves, and the few remaining elves often keep their own counsel, their divisions and distinctions overshadowing the unity they once shared. Yet, there are those whose hearts remain bound to the land and those that inhabit it, and these kindred souls pledge their allegiance to the Rangers. Echoes of the legendary fellowship continue to resound in this realm in but just this unique and noble assembly. In the midst of a spring storm that has descended upon the valley, a youth bursts through the tavern's doors, drenched and wearied. He clings to a weighty tome and bundle of scrolls and disheveled pages, and with a gasp he collapses to his knees, dropping his burdens, and through labored breaths he pleads, "Rangers, I beseech the aid of the Rangers."
I, Grayson Xavier, Grays for short, am glad to help you as a human Gloomstalker. I love to work in the shadows, and I love to avenge those who need help. I'm here to help you.
And I, Ithilde, regard the man with a little suspicion, having lived most of my life away from other people, but I see the need here and am at least intrigued.
And Gary's not worried, so he walks up and says, "Aye, you'll have me hammer."
That was incredible. And Paladin Took walks up beside Giri and offers a hand to the boy on the ground.
In addition to this young man who's kind of collapsed into this doorway, dripping from the storm, there's a young bartender named Marta that you guys are all quite familiar with because the outpost in this town is very near the bar, and you spend a lot of your time kind of relaxing this tavern when not adventuring. In addition to that, there's like just a few other patrons kind of sparsely spread out. It's very quiet here. Calimbel in this era is now fairly remote from other outposts and fairly unpopulated for reasons of the Third Age. So this young boy starts to slowly pick up the papers. He has this kind of basket backpack that when he fell, like poured out water because it had just started soaking up the storm, and he had transitioned all his papers and books to his arms so that they wouldn't get too ruined. But you can see like in his hands just like loose ink from the damaged pages. And he's
I'd be trying to like help gather up the pages for him.
Yeah.
You know?
And he's like, thank you, thank you, thank you. But like in that, he's like kind of taking the pages from you every time you pick one up and kind of ordering them himself. These books are so precious to him. You can see like, even though you guys are there and he's here to meet you guys, like these books are equally important.
I'm clocking this, and I look over to Marta. Marta?
Yeah.
And just gesture for a towel. She recognizes what I'm asking for. Like, it's obvious. I'm gonna help him dry off his body and get him warmed up.
Yeah, and when you do that, she looks at you and looks on the floor. He's like, oh, of course. And she goes, here you go, and throws you like a couple rags from behind the counter.
Yeah, so I drape one over his shoulders, and I toss one to him so that he can start drying things off.
And Full Red, he's kind of a young man, super skinny with long brown hair that he's most likely never cut. And though human, he's wearing a elvish-style robe, kind of with elvish embroidery along the sleeves. And he goes, thank you, thank you, thank you. I've been walking for days. I've come from the settlement known as Ethelland on the shore. And he goes, and I've come looking for you. This is the closest ranger outpost, and I need help. And as he's doing this, he starts to make his way over to where the fire, where you guys were sitting, and starts to lay out his pages and his tomes, and kind of starts to hopefully dry them off. But you can see the pages, like where the ink hit the page, they're starting to blur and bleed. And he's starting to like slowly pat it. He took the rags that you gave for him. And he starts to like, care for the books instead.
Yeah, I guess Gary would walk over and like kind of put his hands on his hips. He's like, "What's all this then?"
Yeah, and he's like, they're my texts. Please, please be very careful. They're priceless to me.
He's like, "I won't touch, but what are they?"
Yeah, and Full Red starts to open them and like shows you the one cover, and it's got like it has both Dwarven and English, like American or not English, Common. I don't know what we're playing here.
Yeah, common.
And Elvish, all kind of different runes and scripts on the cover. And he goes, it's all historical texts of the realm. And he goes, I study and I track history. And he goes, I'm only a young man in this, but like, this is my passion. And I think I found something. And he's starting to like shuffle the pages around, and
I close the gap a little bit around him so as to block anybody who may just be kind of potentially overlooking. I want to get close. I'm still standing enough away. I'm not engaging him or saying anything, but I'm just trying to kind of make myself broader to just protect a little bit of what's happening, because it seems like what he's about to show us seems important.
Sure. And that
Pray tell, could a historian need rangers for?
And
What is so important that you would need us?
as he starts like to put out the papers, he goes, I've been studying specifically the Battle of Pelennor. And there are just some things that just seem amiss in this. And as he's like shuffling them around, he starts to point. And even though you all might not be able to read all of the inscriptions in different tongues, you'll see pictures. And he'll point to a couple, and he goes, "This section here explains about the crown of Angmar, the one that laid on the Witch King's head." And he goes, and we can see that it's tracked here. And we know that when the witch died, that it was picked up, but I've been trying to figure out where it went. And he goes, and most texts just end. I know there were other things happening then, and that it's very easy for these kind of artifacts to get kind of moved and travel, but I've been spending many, many nights trying to figure this out. And then he brings up another stack of papers and goes, and I think this was the key. And as he starts to point to him, it's all about the Sylvan elves who retook Mirkwood after the Third Age. And he goes, I think these elves, as a sign of their conquering of Sauron and evil, I think they took it as a trophy. But I was trying to make sure, and I've been sending them ravens, and I haven't heard back anything. And I don't know if the ravens are just getting lost on that kind of travel over the White Mountains, but I don't think I can make that journey alone. And I'm looking for some rangers to help kind of guide me as we cross over the White Mountains, through Rohan, over to Mirkwood, and then ascend the mountain to Amon Lanc. Can you please bring me there?
Aye.
No, nobody gets through Mirkwood without any help.
I know the area well.
I don't.
I used to live there.
Yeah, and he brings out other texts and he goes, these most recent writings really make it look like Mirkwood shouldn't be any more evil. Like, the evil's gone, the elves have taken it back. I don't think this is going to be a big thing. I'm far more worried, actually, about the White Mountains and the bandits who now kind of run through Gondor and Rohan. Like, once we get to Mirkwood, I believe that the elves will be protecting us enough.
All right, then it's settled. Let's go.
So as he's sitting there, he goes, I don't. When do you think you can bring me? I could really use the rest tonight, but would you be able to leave immediately in the morning?
Yes.
Hi.
Yeah, I think Gary was looking at the clock. Would there be a clock in this? He looks around and he's like, yeah, we could go now. But I think he's like, all right, we'll go in the morning.
So as Fulred is kind of like organizing his pages and kind of patting them off, I think some time has passed and his pages are now drying, even wrinkled. At least they're dry now. And his backpack has been upside down, kind of dripping for some time. And he starts to put all his stuff back into the bag. And he goes, Marta, may I have a room for the night? And she looks around and she goes, I don't think anyone else is coming in this storm. Feel free to take one of the rooms upstairs. What you're doing sounds important, I guess. Really, like, just not sure, more of a pity than anything. Mm-hmm. And Marta...
Before he goes, can we ask if, or can we take a look at your papers?
Sure. And he kind of starts to take out some of them and kind of loosely putting them on the ground around you, or maybe on tables now that they're dry.
Mm-hmm.
When you said that you were coming to find us, did you just mean rangers in general, or did you mean us specifically?
Yeah, and at the question, you see him get kind of uncomfortable, and he goes, I just meant rangers. But I'm sure you guys will be able to help me.
Yes.
And do you track all manner of cursed relics, or just this one?
Yeah, and he explains, he's like, no, I just kind of fell upon this. Like, I was really studying the battle and how the different groups all kind of came together in kind of those weeks and months, and this just stood out of, they mentioned it falling, and they mentioned it being picked up and carried, but I didn't know to where. I don't even know if it's cursed. I mean, evil is long dead. Middle Earth is returning back to its former glory. Like, I'm just wondering where this went. It's out of everything. It's more of just a interest of mine to see like where did it go so I could log it in my text.
Son, I can tell you from experience, evil will never be fully dead.
And he's
The
like,
great evil may be gone, but its echoes linger.
I'm glad you guys know more about that than I do. My shore town has been peaceful, and not only do I study text, but most of us do these days, other than the fishermen. I'm looking forward to your help and protection in these evil places, I guess.
I want to like look over the papers, and just like I'm a bit of a historian myself. I wish I could ask my uncle Mary what happened. I know he was there, but he defeated the Witch King.
He goes, oh, man, if I could only ask him all these questions. I'm sure he would have seen who took it, maybe.
I believe he was unconscious.
He's like, oh, well, then I'm glad I have you instead.
Third best.
So as he's doing that, he's like, I look forward to our journey beginning in the morning. And he starts to pack up his papers and putting them back in his bag and starting to slowly walk upstairs. You guys being overly familiar with these type of journeys, you spend most of your career, maybe not necessarily in Calimbel, but traveling between outposts. It's kind of a big like rotational journey where you guys travel from one outpost, you kind of monitor all the area between, get to another one, and then continue. And as you're leaving, another group will probably come into Calimbel. So it really is just like happenstance that by the time he got to you, you guys were there. But you also know that this journey isn't the easiest. Being kind of this like kind of early spring, the White Mountains are still very cold and very snow covered. So you know the path how to get through that and then get into Gondor and through Rohan and through the Brown Lands up to Mirkwood. But you also know that journey isn't for the to be taken lightly. So as explained earlier, we're going to be using some rules from the Lord of the Rings 5e setting material from Free League Publishing. And one of the cool things they do to help us focus on these journey periods that are so important in Lord of the Rings is they assign roles to the journey. So there are perfectly 4 roles to hand out with 4 players. It's like we plan things. So I'm going to read them one by one. You won't know the ones to follow, but I just want you, if you hear one you like, to call it. And when we assign these roles, when situations come up that will require each of the roles, you'll just be the one rolling the checks in that time. So it's kind of like little skill checks from 4E-ish mixed with just how do we kind of have fun as a walking simulator. So the first role is called the Guide. It's in charge of all decisions concerning route, rest, and supplies. Does anyone think their character is particularly good at or maybe apt to being the guide of the group?
Who has the highest survival?
You all being rangers, all your survival should be pretty good.
Yeah. 7, it's not bad at all. Can we hear all of them before we choose?
I'm just saying, like, call one.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Perfect. The second one is called Hunter. It's in charge of finding food in the wild. You can swap around if you
Made for
want.
Gary.
I call Hunter.
All right, I'll be the guide.
The perfect goal. Thank you. The third one is called the Lookout. It's in charge of keeping watch. Our Hobbit
I have like
friend.
beast sense. Well, I have like beast sense and stuff, so I think I could definitely help with this.
Sounds great. And then the final one, Beth, or Ithildis, if you're comfortable taking it, is Scout. It's in charge of setting up camp, opening new trails, and kind of that further exploration.
That's already what I do.
Perfect. It all worked out. So another part of this, you guys being rangers and apt to training, you have now this night to kind of find rest. You guys, there's a ranger outpost specifically in town that has a large tower where you can kind of see surrounding areas, but it also has where you guys stay. Though Falred is staying at the tavern's kind of rooms above, you guys will leave and go to your ranger outpost. what materials or things do you think you need to do before you guys leave in the morning? Kind of like what preparations do you need to make tonight that you can mark on your character sheets and have for your journey?
I mean, I'd grab rations.
Yeah, I was like, I have
Perfect.
a feat where I can like cook special food for everybody, so I'd like to like have that prepared.
So you guys
like
get
my
kind
fun.
of weeks worth of food, keeping in
Yeah.
mind that you will have to be carrying this, and it's not as light as lambent bread, right? Like you're taking human foods with you, which is fine, right? So and all being rangers and many of you having kind of hunting traits, finding food, maybe not in the White Mountains, but finding food elsewhere is a potential scenario. But yeah, I think
we will be eating game.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I think packing rations makes total sense. So if everyone wants to mark a week or two's
Yeah.
worth of rations, that makes total sense.
Can we get then? You just mentioned that we might need to hunt for stuff. Can we get some traps or things like that?
Sure. There's a small supply room in the outpost that would have kind of traps, weapons, maps. The food that you guys have taken will all come from that ranger's supply room.
Okay.
I'd
we
grab
need
a
to
set
fill
of
up
dice.
on. Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
Just any filling up on like arrows and bowstrings.
Yeah, getting your weapons that you know you'll need in backups in case things break.
Yeah, all the good weapons
Perhaps
and
an extra
things.
dagger or two.
Yeah, a whetstone or
Yeah.
two. And I would also grab a
the
set of
armor,
dice
all
to
that
keep entertainment going, or at least
Cool. Get your
spirits
little
going.
gaming kits.
Yeah,
Some cards.
Makes
little
total sense.
miniatures and a little mat. Play businesses.
Take
and
the real
bosses.
maps, but then like put little mini ones on.
Yeah.
It's good. We're going meta.
It's D&D inside D&D, you guys. Where does the simulation end?
Yeah,
When-
I would think that I keep a go bag essentially with like
Yeah.
my quivers.
Yeah, I think I would-
and my my bandolier with things and my bracers. I think I keep all of that in a go bag.
Yeah.
So I'm ready to. I could have gone tonight, but he needed to dry off and get some rest.
I think basic stuff, yeah, like torches, rope, and all that kind of stuff. I know it's like in your like dungeon pack or whatever, but like if we need to make a point that we're grabbing it, yes, we did.
Love it.
I've got everything that's currently on my sheet.
Yeah.
In addition to the stuff that you just have all taken, there's Molden Smithing, which is just run by a male human named Molden, if you guys need any kind of final repairs. There's also the Ranger's Outpost has a small kind of crop of horses. So if you guys were like, oh, I think we want to try to take horses on this journey, or do you think it's better on foot, or if you want to try to take a cart with you, these are kind of those decisions of like knowing your path. Do you think it even makes sense to try to bring a horse?
Gary's not much for horses.
I don't think I could ride anything bigger than a pony.
Yeah, I guess I'll walk.
Walking is probably wiser.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although I do fear for the short legs of our friends.
I
That's why
have
I'm the
no fear.
guide. I set the pace.
Right.
I've got +5.
I'll just run serpentine behind you.
All right.
You also, though you guys are all very used to this travel, you know that you're bringing a young boy who barely made it from Calimbel.
How
What was
old
that
is
town?
he?
Not Campbell. Early 20s at oldest. I mean, he
and
looks
his-
like he's experienced nothing of life.
And you said his name is Full Red, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Full Red Kelnell.
Should we start with horses then? And perhaps lose them if need be?
Is there a spot between here? Would we know of a spot between? Is there any spot between here and where we're going that there will be civilization where we can like have checkpoint areas?
Like set up the horses
ranger
again,
outpost.
as opposed to
What I know, because I did all of my my ranging and all of that stuff in this area and in these woods and in the mountains. What I know of some areas where we could stash horses.
So what I can tell you easily is that you are about right where you stand. You're about 40 miles from the trail that leads into the White Mountains. On foot, it's about a 2-day journey. On horse, you could probably make it in 1. You would be pretty aware that, like, though the beginning of the White Mountain Trail would be manageable with horse, it would get very difficult by the time you kind of got like halfway or 2/3 of the way up, as the snow will get deeper and deeper. Yeah. On the other side, you'll descend, and then you'll enter into, I believe it's Gondor, it might be Rohan at that point, and you will find human outposts on that side.
So it's possible we could pick up horses on the other side.
Rohan for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Then that's what I would just recommend.
Makes total sense.
All right, let's go.
So you guys go, finishing your preparation and feeling ready to go. You guys all kind of return to the outpost for the night. And early morning, you guys wake up, and Fall Red is already standing outside of the tavern, far more spunky, right? Like he got a night's rest. He had been multiple days on trail, and you guys saw like he had no supplies of his own. So he was just sleeping bare on the floor and then continued to walk. And this bed has done him a miracle, right? He looks so much more alive, backpack full of his books, robe sort of cleaned up a little bit. And when you guys walk out, he's standing in front of a giant opal statue that's been created in kind of the center of town. And where did my notes go? Sorry, oh, there it is. Bummer.
Really important looking statue.
I found it. I collapsed the wrong thing. So in the middle of town, he finds there's like a giant kind of opal semi-transparent statue that is fairly massive. And it contains the imagery of ghastly men, horses, and war banners. And inscribed in the plate at the base, it says, "I see shapes of men and of horses, and pale banners like shreds of clouds, and spears like winter thickets on a misty night. The dead are following." And that's attributed to Legolas. The dead men had rested here on their way to... Lauren, where'd they go to fight that battle?
Pelennor Fields. You just
That's
said
right.
it earlier.
Lauren is going to be my Lord of the Rings checkpoint.
This is also why I played a character that knows all this stuff.
I love it. And it's like a wonderful representation of kind of the importance of this town at one point. But because of this kind of tragic attachment to this event, Callum is now quite quiet, right? And its really only use is this ranger's outpost. And as you guys kind of walk out of the outpost, he waves and he goes, "Are you guys ready?" And he's just looking stoked. He's kind of holding both straps on his backpack. And he goes, "We ready to get to those mountains?" Almost sounding like it's right down the road, right? Like maybe that he doesn't quite understand that it's still 40 miles to get to the edge.
Does he look ready? Does he have like a good cloak on, good shoes?
Oh, absolutely not.
Can we perhaps equip him a little bit?
Sure. I mean, you guys have
Yeah,
like the ranger
great
outpost, so
idea.
you can for sure.
We'll just sort of like, I'll just drape a better cloak over his shoulders,
Yeah.
give him warm gloves.
Tie up his hair
feel-
or untie
Good
his hair,
shoes.
remove his glasses, and, then,
I
And
do
help him see
feel-
he's beautiful.
Paolo can only do so much.
I do feel like I want him to carry like an extra quiver set for me. Essentially like a tiny pack mule.
Take this.
He's your
I
I
little
feel like that
daddy.
will come in. I have a sense that it may come in handy later, that to reach over and just grab one from his quiver.
When you give it to him, he goes, "I don't know how to shoot a bow. I don't think these are going to be any use to me."
It's okay.
We'll teach you.
He kind of slowly puts it on. He goes, "Do I really need all of this?" As you like continue to hand him like jacket or cloak and gloves. He's like, "Is this really
Yes.
all necessary for where we're going?"
Yes.
yeah,
We're all just nodding.
He's like, "But
We'll
spring
make
is
the ranger do
here."
yet.
I fear that your young naivety will soon be withered, and you will
Be quiet, Grace. Everyone learns from experience.
like us in the dark pits of this world.
He goes, well, at least I'll get to see Mirkwood. And he kind of just puts it on. And as you guys start to leave town, I mean, it is a beautiful valley that you're in. And in the far distance, you can see the peaks and kind of ridge of the White Mountains. And he goes, oh, I didn't think it'd be like quite that far still. I traveled so many days. And as you guys kind of move along, it does. You guys decided to go horseless, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So it does. It takes 2 days with you guys kind of setting up a location kind of midway before you get there. And then on day 2, I would say it being 2 full days that you probably decide to rest at the base of the mountain. Kind of be like, we'll start in the morning. It's not worth trying to start this late. Does that all sound good to you guys?
Yeah.
So on the 3rd day, I would assume, I mean, just like I was saying with Lord of the Rings, like time passes so quickly. There's probably a familiarity between you guys and Fulred. You've probably heard about his childhood and how kind of peaceful it's been and how he really has dedicated his whole life to just studying. And he knows so much, not only about the battles, but he knows so much about the Rangers, and he understands even all the way back to the Second Age, where things that you guys have never heard of, maybe. I don't think, kind of like rough ages in the room, everyone is under 50, correct? So even for like you guys, for the most part, like Sauron is almost a myth, right? It happened years before you were even born, but to Fulred, these things are almost live in the way he speaks about it.
Can I make a perception check to see if he might be an elf? Like, does he have pointy ears or something like that?
Sure, go for it. Give me a perception roll.
Love it. Yeah, that'll be an 11.
Cool. Maybe it's taking you a couple days. Like his ears look human, but a few days into it, like you find out that some elves who stayed behind kind of created that town they were in. And so he's been studying under elves for a long time who just have that different attachment to history. Mm-hmm. I do think, and Lauren, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, at this point, the elves who have stayed have like chosen the mortal life. So their lifespan isn't much different than humans at this point. I'm sure it is longer.
Well, it's weird because like Aragorn even lives to like 120 because he's like half elvish, but like I think like the elves who lived there probably lived like maybe like 200 years afterwards or something, if nothing happened to them. Yeah,
so like these elves, some of them were alive probably during Sauron's kind of triumph through Middle Earth. But even for them, like just the way their culture handles history, and you can see like it kind of bled into how he sees things. So you guys kind of start slowly making your way as the trail becomes rougher and more vertical. You start climbing into the White Mountains. You guys know the way, though. Like, you have not chosen to go to the peaks. You're really looking to stay between the peaks and follow kind of the lowest points of the trail where maybe the snow has started to melt and run off and kind of create these little kind of waterfalls under your feet that you're kind of sludging through. And even after just a few hours of this, you can see Fulred is starting to feel exhausted. He starts to pant. Every time you guys look back, he's just a little bit further behind.
Yeah, I think Gary would yell back and be like, "I'm sorry, I thought this was the best route."
And Fulred goes, "I'm sure it is. I was not prepared for this. I haven't seen altitudes like this, well, ever."
He's like, "It's okay, you see that point?" And he points off in the distance. He's like, that's not it.
I lean down.
This is gonna be like when parents lie to their kids, like, "Just gotta get over that hill, son." Like,
I lean down to Fulred and I give him breathing exercises that work well in the lower altitudes, especially in this mountainous area, and help him to take deeper breaths and more steady breaths.
And I'd like to I cast Goodberry, and we can kind of flavor this that Marigold, my raccoon buddy, runs off and maybe like forages some berries, and I give him like 5 of them, and each one is worth 5 HP, so help him get back to himself.
Oh, thank you so much. And maybe this first day, the miles were slower, but because of you guys helping and kind of teaching him along, the second day you kind of reached the top kind of apex of your trail. On both left and right, though, you can see kind of the walls of the mountain still climbing far past where you guys are. And even though where you're standing is maybe mostly mushy snow at this point, where like you step and you sink into the wet and your boots are now starting to get wet because it's not dry snow, far above you, you can see like the perfect white caps of this mountain still remaining, and they will remain all year. But at a certain point, you come up to this passing near the top that is a long kind of rope bridge that kind of gaps, and you can see on the other side, looking off the edge of the mountain, the vast valleys of Gondor and Rohan like stretching out as far as you can see. But this bridge has probably seen better days.
Can I do a perception check to see if I notice any particular ways to either shore this up or traverse this more safely?
Sure. Can you give me a perception roll?
That would be an 8.
Yeah, you look at it and it looks like it's been traveled recently. So looking at it, you're like, it's probably actually okay.
While he's looking at the bridge, can I take a minute with Falred and show him the best way to keep his feet on like difficult terrain, like places that would be easy to slip off of, or in this case, be dangerous footing?
Sure.
And just show him how to set his feet confidently, but not trusting, breakable spots.
I love it. What we'll do is if
good.
something happens where he needs that help, you'll just roll a help die to like give him that extra little boost.
Advantage, yeah.
So you're helping future him.
Yeah, just want to say it now while we are
Yeah.
looking
think
at the
that's good.
bridge.
Yeah, while Grays looks at it, he's like, I think it looks solid. You're like, well, this kid looks unable to cross the best bridge.
Some people would fall off like a perfect bridge.
I'd like to also inspect the bridge and see if I can potentially tie the part of the rope that maybe feels that part that has loosened, the part that's not as intact. Tie that and try to shoot with sharpshooter, shoot across and maybe just add a little bit of additional stability.
Cool. Let's give us an attack roll. And if you get like a 15 or higher, we'll say you land it in something that sticks.
Okay. 15
Got
or higher.
this.
Yeah, it's pretty low
gosh.
roll.
I rolled
You
a
should roll
6,
it.
but hang on.
I was
Plus
like, you said
7.
you get a sharpshooter,
Plus
right?
7 is
Yeah.
13. Plus 2.
We're getting there. Oh wait, can I
is-
cast guidance on him?
It's
So
too
then he gets
late.
a D4.
No,
yeah.
no.
I'm like, I believe in you.
So I'm at 16 though. No,
All right.
I'm at 15.
Okay.
I'm at 15.
All right,
then
you watch
roll a
it.
D4
Plus
and you
1.
can add it to it. Yeah.
You watch, and it definitely sticks into what kind of looks like a dead tree, and it sticks well. And you start pulling on it. You're like, I think it's in there. Like it feels like it might help.
Even
I
if
think-
it only provided an additional 5% sturdiness.
Like a guide rope.
Yeah. I think Gary steps forward and he's like, I'll go first.
Oh,
No?
well, sure.
And when
Like a
you
feeling?
say that, and Ithildis kind of is like, forward goes. It is my journey. Should I go first?
No.
Absolutely
no.
not.
Lord, no.
Sorry, but no.
But you just told me how to walk. Like it should be fine.
You can go third.
Always in the middle. That's where you belong.
I'll say I will go first. Not that I do not trust Gary.
Get it.
What argument is that? Gay. Just saying your name.
Wild card.
What do you do?
Jeez Louise.
Just so that the boy can watch my footing, and then I can test to see, because I feel like I'm going to be one of the lighter. I'm very thin,
All right. Hold
almost
on.
kind of gaunt.
Go.
Let's just say that, Gary, your voice sounds husky.
So Ithilda starts to step on the bridge, and the bridge is pretty long. It's probably nearly, if not past, 100 feet. And you just start slowly kind of stepping on it, testing each kind of piece of wood, plank of wood, and rope as you go. And you do see, like, every step, it kind of shakes a little bit. But Gray's rope is kind of steadying it just a bit. You're more holding onto his rope than the rope of the bridge. And it takes a while as you kind of are timidly stepping forward. But eventually you get to the other side.
And I'll just sort of shout back, watch the 4th, 16th, and 40th plank. They seem loose.
Yeah, and as you're yelling to him, you can hear your voice off of the tall peaks of the mountain kind of just echoing throughout.
Great.
It's like
That was a great
avalanche.
thing.
All right, can I go second?
Sure.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, and it's the same thing as you're walking across. Like, though slow, you're able to kind of step slowly. One plank snaps under your feet just a little bit, not fully to break all the way through, but you felt your foot kind of sink
Not my
past where you
fault.
thought.
Not my fault.
And you too, like, get across to the other side.
And then I turn to my colleague and go, easy.
Should
And
never
then-
have doubted.
Falred
Is that how it
says, third person, my chance, or my turn. And you seem kind of just a little bit more quickly than you. And it's not quickly because he's excited, but like as he takes those first steps over the large kind of like valley below, you see him get kind of a little bit afraid, and he kind of gets up on his tippy toes. And he's kind of hurrying a little bit faster than any of you guys. And you do see a couple times like his foot just slips slightly, but he grasps on, and he's got kind of those 3 points of contact like Ithildis told him. And he kind of just quickly kind of splurts along and goes, oh, okay, it wasn't that bad. While like kind of panting and kind of like readjusting his robe, he's just like, I thought it could have been worse.
You've done
Nice
well.
work. I'll pull up the rear.
All right, I'll go. And then I'll pick up Marigold so I can carry her across.
Yeah, so
Maybe sit on my shoulder so I can still hold on.
well, being a hobbit, does the raccoon even fit on your shoulder, or are you kind of doing like both arms under its arms, grabbing it?
Actually, it's probably nimble enough to just follow behind me. And I forgot that it would be
potentially
half my
better.
size. Maybe she's helping me, actually.
A little game breaking. I don't know what algorithm IG is running these days, but Lauren was like, I want a raccoon. I was like, sounds great. And then all of a sudden, I've just been getting raccoon videos.
Oh.
So
Now we're all gonna
You
get
sent
it.
them all
Thank
to
you.
me, so it's the best.
I am very aware of the size of a raccoon to a small child.
Yeah, I forgot how big they are, and then I'm like 3'6".
Some might say alarmingly aware.
So many videos on Instagram. Okay, so you guys both like you watch as I know your last name is Took. What was the first part?
Paladin.
Paladin Took. You see as Paladin Took and
just Pal.
the little raccoon friend kind of scurry across. Probably easier than the rest, being so small and light. Even with both weights combined, you're like, this is no problem. And then Grace kind of pulls up the rear, and yeah, you guys, because of the support of the bridge and the helping of the kind words of encouragement and guidance, you guys all kind of get across. And as you kind of look down, the mountain does start to kind of pitch downwards now. You kind of got to the top, made your way across, and as you look down, it's probably still a full day's journey ahead, but you'll be able to get down by the next day's night. But you do need to set up camp up here because of just the journey of so many miles. What that means is we've got lots of helping people. We've got guides happening. Do you guys want to start eating your rations? Do you want to start hunting for food? Who's going to give me the lookout check?
I will go
lookout.
scout out and try to find some sort of game that we can cook tonight at camp.
Cool. Can you give me a survival check?
Yeah, and like the mountains are Gary's like
Jam.
bread and butter. Yeah.
16.
Jam. So
So as Grays goes out, Grays, you find no food, but you do start to find animal tracks almost everywhere. Can you give me another survival check or perception, whichever one you think would be better?
They're the same. So I'm gonna do a perception check, and it's 10.
Cool. What you do see are kind of like what you would assume have to be wolf paw prints, kind of just all around. And you would probably come to assume that the lack of game for you is probably because of their presence in this area, that they probably scare off most of it. But occasionally you do see some like bigger paw prints that you're like, maybe it's a bear. They're probably easily 3 to 4 times the size of these other paw prints.
I've already got my arrows knocked, but I just kind of perk up to that idea that there may be something larger than me that I have to contend with.
Can I do that lookout that you were talking about? And I'll split up the work with me and Marigold, and we can kind of go in different directions to look around.
Sure. Well, are you the scout or are you the lookout?
I was
I'm
the
scout.
third one.
Cool.
Sorry.
So
yeah.
scout would be the one to kind of go out and look for trails. Your
Okay.
lookout role will give us the kind of overnight guide. Like,
Oh,
do you
that's
sense
okay,
things
okay.
coming?
Okay, perfect. That works out. Marigold's nocturnal, so that works out great.
You can take your turns. I love it.
Yes, yes.
And since I'm not guiding anyone right now, I guess I'll just guide Full Red on a journey to joy. And I'll suggest we play a game while we wait for the others to hang out and bring out the dice and set up take my pack off and then flatten it out so that way we can like distract ourselves from the threat of everything that's going on.
Yeah, and I think also, kind of a little meta, the guide is also responsible for the supplies and rest, so your game makes total sense in the area. It could even be part of your responsibility to set up kind of, are you cooking anything? Are you still eating
I
out
was
of
gonna
packs
say,
and deciding?
If we're waiting till later for me to look out, I'll start cooking because I have the like chef feet. So yeah, that's totally my game.
Cool.
So you guys kind of get a little fire going, kind of maybe in a crevice of the mountain, kind of maybe there's a little bit of an overhang where you guys are. And then, Scout, is there anything you wanted to do during this kind of time? And we're kind of like playing from setting up camp to kind of like overnight-ish time.
Honestly, I can't really think of anything off the
Then
tippy top of my head.
maybe you're just playing games with Grays then. Just kind of sitting down, rolling dice.
Yeah.
I'd like to kind of expand my perimeter a little bit as it gets darker. I have dark vision, and would like to be able to try to find one of these animals. I don't want to come back empty-handed.
So you've been out like the whole time.
I've been out for the last probably 2 hours in a pretty set perimeter. I've not wandered too far away, but far enough away that I feel like I've covered this area pretty well.
Yeah, and I would say like even 2 hours, though a long time, like you're kind of climbing crags and like getting between rocks. So it wouldn't be the same distance normal as you kind of like make your way and squeeze and get around. So why don't we get kind of that overnight-ish rolling going? Paladin Took, why don't you go give me your lookout, and then Grays, you can kind of give me your survival. It can be perception, it can be survival, I guess. It could be.
Gosh, I've got to really get a better.
Those two sound
dice.
great.
8.
I got a dirty 20.
Perfect. Grays, as you're kind of making your way over a crag, you see nothing, but you do see like the faint fire of camp. You're probably maybe 30 feet higher than them and a little distance away, but you can see just a small crackling of the fire. And you might even be able to smell like just the faintest sense of like cooking food. And Paladin Took, as you're like kind of maybe just walking around, perhaps chomping on a little bit, you do sense the cracking of snow under paw print. And as you look over, you see 3 wolves kind of take the corner. Can I get initiative rolls from everybody?
I love it.
So we're going to go to our Figma map where we're tracking initiative and kind of using it as a battle map. I'm going to swap us over to our correct map, which would be... Boop.
Okay, that's rad.
Yeah, this is very, very cool.
We're trying stuff tonight.
I love this initiative thing. I'm very sorry.
If it's nighttime, I get to use my gem of brightness.
Special things.
I'm so excited.
I love being able to see the initiative.
Yeah, I think this is something we're going to start in our home games.
I started doing that on my own. I just
Yeah.
have it written down on the little pad.
This is
It's also
little
fun when you look back and then I'm like, oh, this was the order of everything.
Okay, so we'll see how this goes now. It was one of those things where I just kind of woke up and I was like, I should try to do this better. Okay, so Grayson, you go first. If Phyllis sounds right, you go after. Then we've got that goes for sure last. That goes here.
Poor Jerry.
Oh, Gary's not
Poor Gary.
Gary's not paying attention.
Really into his dice game.
Okay, and I just need
This makes me think of that line where Gimli's like, dwarves are natural sprinters.
He's shooting craps with himself.
He's just explaining modifiers and like.
All right, so I'm gonna.
He's making a
number
character with Red Fell like around the fire.
I'm gonna number them in order of initiative. So when you guys are calling out enemies, you can just be like, I'm gonna attack 3, 1, 2, 3,
Okay,
4,
perfect.
5. So you watch these 3 kind of come out as you guys are around your camp. Grays, you're not near camp right now. You're still quite a bit away up in that crag looking down.
What does quite a bit away mean?
Let's
in terms of
say
feet?
like 50 or 60 feet.
Perfect. Oh,
2
mwah.
turns.
And
Oh, yeah.
higher up as well, which will only help arrows as they just descend above. So these 3 kind of wolves start to come across, and then out of the other corner of your eye, you see 2 more. One that looks just like the others, but the first one over here is actually giant. The paw print you had seen with that pitiful roll, not bear, but giant wolf paw print that was burrowing into the ground.
I don't know that you needed to have the modifier of pitiful to my roll, but I appreciate it. Thanks for really
Hey,
painting
Will,
the
would
picture.
this be a warg?
No. It is just a large wolf that lives in the
Okay.
mountains.
to
Okay, so
ask.
Grayson, your turn first.
So I would move the distance that I can move. Is it rough terrain? Am I down to 15?
Give me an athletics check just to see
Do you
if
have favored terrain?
I don't have favorite terrain. Well, if I do, I don't have it on my sheet.
Oh no!
but it's okay. You're like descending. So if
I
you
rolled
have
a 21.
perfect. Like you watch yourself as you kind of leaping down from rock to rock. So you get a good 30 feet at least. Is that your movement? 30 feet still?
Yes.
Yeah. So you're only now maybe 20 feet kind of behind a rock as you're
Great.
kind of propped up.
So for my first action, I will. I'm going to use my gem of brightness, which is a ring a gem that I found that I fashioned into a ring, and I'm going to use the first the first level of that, which doesn't cost any of its charges, which I whisper into it acrimony, and then it spends a 30-foot radius of bright light, and then an additional 30 feet on top of that of dim light, so that everybody can see the battle area.
Yeah, you guys watch being on the ground as this glowing light forms up in the mountain peaks just 15, 20 feet above you. And it's kind of casting these long, almost tendril-like shadows around the crags. But you guys can see these giant wolves in detail that you couldn't see before.
And then I fire my first shot at the largest enemy there.
The big boy.
Which is a 26 to hit.
Oh, yeah, that hits.
Great. And then I have I do 9 piercing damage.
Good.
And then I will follow that up with a second attack as my bonus action. And that is a 21 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, great. And I do another 9 piercing damage.
Congrats.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 11 piercing damage and then 2 to the first one as well because I get a +2 because of my bracers.
So you're saying 22 total. 11,
Sure.
11.
Sure.
Congrats.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
Is that your turn?
That is, I believe, all I can do with my turn.
Great. That was not a terrible turn. My guy, you see as this giant wolf has these 2 arrows sticking out of like one shoulder, the shoulder that was facing Grayson. And as
Wolf is looking like Boromir right now.
as he's looking up that rock, realizes there's no way he's going to get up it, but looks down at what originally got their scent, which was this fire with this group around it. And he kind of just charges at whoever's yellow. Paladin
That's
took.
me.
Because you're on the outside there. And I need my dice now. He's just going to go for, the giant breath. Giant bite. Let's
Okay.
see. Does a 20 hit?
Yeah.
Not natural.
Yeah. Thank goodness it wasn't a natural.
And because I roll terrible, it's only 6 damage.
Okay, I'll take that. Okay.
Ithildis, your turn.
All right. Don't love the big guy near me, so I am going to just back away a little, and I will kind of peel just over here. I think that's probably around 30.
Yeah.
And then I will... This guy looks like a big problem, right? Like the big guy, he's a big problem.
Yeah, he's got 2 arrows into him, too.
Yeah, I'm still going to mark him with my ability as a Horizon Walker. So I will attempt to hit him first, and I'm going to use Sharpshooter for my first one, so a -5 to damage, or a -5 to attack. And this is now a lot of math. 23 minus 5 is 18 to hit.
Yeah, that hits. It's just a big kind of meat.
You would sound so sad when we did it.
Ithildis, I hope you're doing what I realized I should have done.
Well, I'm not hunter's marking it yet because I'm using my bonus action as a planar warrior to do force damage to this creature.
Cool.
So I'm going to do a d8 on top of my normal weapon attack, so it becomes 2d8 plus 7 plus my additional 10 from Sharpshooter.
Hooray!
Yes. Hell
Oh
yes.
my gosh, rolled like garbage though. So
No!
3 plus 7, so 10, so plus my other 10, so it's 20 points of damage on my first hit.
Rolled like crap. Only 20.
I rolled a 3 on my last turn. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And then I will be shooting it again. Let me just double check to see how many times.
And with the force damage, like, what did that look like? What was occurring with that 20 damage?
So as you see me draw back my arrow, my form almost goes a little grayscale, a little hard to see, and then I kind of coalesce that power into my arrow, and as I release it, I return back to my normal physical form, but the arrow remains somewhat ethereal, and it hits the creature, and then as opposed to hitting it and seeing like, you know, like an impact with like blood, it more just hits it and almost knocks it as if something invisible has kind of ran into it, as opposed to properly pierced it.
Perfect. So pushing him back, you kind of see as he's lowering himself into the ground as the claws kind of scrape into the wet snow.
Yeah. And I'm going to try to hit it again with sharpshooter. So a -5 plus, oh, that's even better. It's one better than last time, so that's a 19 to hit, please.
Nice.
Oh, to hit? Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. Perfect. And then, yikes, 2, 5, so that's 7 plus 7 is 14 plus another 10 is 24 points of damage.
Woohoo.
Perfect. So just doing some quick math. Okay, he is looking pretty rough.
Excellent.
Other wolf comes up behind. Doesn't quite reach you, the one doing damage, but hits green. No, green's not here yet. Putting green over in the mountains. Blue gets hit.
Alrighty, it goes for Gary.
Yeah, but this is just the small wolf.
Alright, let's go.
14.
No.
So you watch as he just starts nipping at the feet of this dwarf and just can't quite grasp. Paladin Took, what are you doing? You've got this kind of one close and the big one got pushed away from you.
I'll go for the one that's closer. And I want to first use a bonus action to cast Magic Stone and hand them to Marigold. And then I'm going to use one of my attacks to run up and just stab that wolf with my sword. And then I'll have Mary throw the Magic Stone at the wolf as well.
Cool. Do you roll things then?
Yes. Those are going to be my 2 attacks.
Perfect.
Okay. I got an. What do I add to hit? Sorry. 23 to hit.
Uh-huh.
Okay, great. Don't worry, I'm not as strong as the other guys.
No, it's a little baby wolf, so.
Yeah. Okay. D8. Awesome. So I do 8 damage, and then I'll roll for Marigold.
This little raccoon throwing things.
Yep. Who got a 21 to hit?
Yep.
Amazing. Oh my god, she does 9 damage.
Yeah. So you watch as your blade kind of slips in between the shoulder, and as you pull it out, the rock kind of comes overhead, crushing the wolf's head and extinguishing it.
Just so you know, it's like a tiny pebble, I think. Like small enough for the raccoon to throw.
Well, you really David and Goliath did then, didn't you?
Yes, exactly.
You really threaded that exhaust hole, huh?
3 comes down towards you.
All
4
right, bring it
rushes
on.
down. So
We're back
3
to back.
3 goes to Paladin, gets a 12. I'm sure that doesn't hit. Gets
yeah, I got 14.
a 19 on Gary.
Oh, Gary's hurting.
11 damage.
11.
So you watch as this wolf not only bites you, but as you continue, it just like holds on as you're moving your leg around.
Okay.
What are we doing, Gary?
Is this like...
Oh. He's grabbing his hammer and swinging. First one will be 23, so I'm assuming that'll hit. The second one will be 17, so I'll also assume that'll hit.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, for 17 damage total between the two.
Yeah, you watch as maybe even the first blow as it comes down probably extinguishes it immediately, and then you're just so angry that another hammer swing kind of comes down after it, and you just pound this thing into. It's your hammer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, your hammer just like pounds it into the snow around you, bringing it quite down. Immediately after you kind of swing down, the other wolf comes in towards Ithildis. Ithildis, you're not in any sort of like gray, creepy zone now, right?
No, I am currently my normal self.
Well, it doesn't matter. I rolled an 8. So, Grayson, your turn.
Maybe she was anyway.
I'm a little bit creepy still.
Yeah, a little bit.
Natural
I stay-
creepiness is an 8.
Yeah.
I maybe I creep just a little bit closer down, where I'm still above on essentially just above in the rocks, right?
Yeah.
And I will whisper my second level on this. It's not a true level. It's not a spell. But into my gem of brightness, I whisper animosity, and I shoot a beam, a concentrated beam of bright light at the big wolf. He has to have a DC 15 saving throw, con saving throw.
Uh, 17.
Okay, well then nothing happens.
Sorry. You guys watch as like the light that has been flooding this area goes dim for a second, and a bright light hits the wolf, and the wolf looks up as the whole area refills with that glowing light of the stone or the ring.
And then I knock and shoot.
As it growls at you.
25, 27
Great
to
job.
hit.
Yeah, great job. You guys have not rolled less than a 20 yet. This is amazing.
All right, well, I just
high
rolled a-
level D&D is so fun.
6.
It is actually.
This isn't even that high level, man.
It is for my campaigns.
I've never been.
I do 8 points of damage on that one.
8
Piercing.
points. You watch as it kind of like gets down onto like its knees almost, as sort of blood kind of starts to pour out of one side. But it is not enough, and it kind of leaps over these dead comrades and goes for Blue, who is Gary.
Get
Who
it!
just has 2 dead wolves around, and he's gonna go for his bite attack.
All right, let's go.
Nat 20.
Oh, barely.
Oh,
Oh no, no!
But-
I'll help you.
I
Oh,
do
no.
have. Oh no, we're good. I've got that fancy armor, so I don't get crits. The adamantium.
Oh no!
Oh, yes.
Then it's only 8 damage.
And I cheer from the rocks. Way to go, Gary!
Gary's doing great, Grayson. Thank you.
I rolled my crit and it was like 24. I was like, this is amazing. And you're like, you can't. And I re-rolled. It's a 4. You take 8 damage.
And Gary lies down and says, "This is easy."
Ithildis, what would you like to do with 1 wolf at feet and 2 wolves across the way?
All right. So I do not like this wolf right beside me. And so my form will flicker again and I will go completely gray and kind of that like wind whipping half here, half not. And I'm going to enter the ethereal plane / the wraith plane.
Yeah, can you roll a
For-
perception check for me?
I don't like that. Sure. Just let me do cool things without consequences. I don't know.
I feel like Will
Yeah.
is adapting to the gameplay, and he's
Oh wait,
adding-
Okay, I'm putting a context clue together where we're looking for the crown of the Witch King, and you just went into Wraithland.
It's fun. I'm sure it has nothing to do with this.
Nothing
I'm sure
to do
it's
with
just
it.
real cool vibes for
Perfectly
me.
safe.
That's a 16.
Cool. As you kind of turn away to move away from the wolf, there is this black mist that looks to be hundreds of miles away, but you can tell it like rotates towards you.
Super cool things are happening for me. Okay.
Well, that's very
I'm gonna
interesting.
remember
the
that
story,
for
though.
later. And I am going to just bippity boppity boo away from this guy. So I'm gonna take my 35 feet in what I can assume is here. Is that 35?
Sure.
More or
Because
less.
she's in the ethereal
Yeah.
plane, I guess that means there's no opportunity attack, right?
Nope. I cannot be affected.
The
However,
wolf all of a sudden is like, where is it? And starting to smell the air, trying to search for where this body has gone.
and then I will. Let me just.
I'm assuming, like, shoot it with your bow.
Well, I can't affect things while in this plane.
Oh, can you also not come out of it
I
as
don't.
a bonus action?
It says this. Ba, 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 ba. The spell ends at the end of your current turn. So I
Oh,
think my
yeah, you're in
turn
it.
is just to get away from it, but I'm hoping. Actually, then I'll use my full 70 feet to really,
Yeah, you're going to dash.
wiggity walk away from this situation. And just kind of move over here and hope that maybe number 5 will head to my friends, and then I can pick it off from there if I need be.
Makes total sense. Okay, we've got nope, 2's dead. Paladin Took, your turn.
Okay. Gonna while Gary is laying on the ground and bragging about how easy this is, I'll have Marigold feed him like grapes the rest of the good berries I had, so that'll be +5. It'll be +5 for your health. And then I'm just gonna attack the big wolf with my sword. That'll be a 21 to hit.
Great. How do you kill it?
Sweet. Let me just see. I was like, if I get max damage, that would change my mind.
like
yeah,
it.
I'm gonna just run up. I'm small, so run in front of its mouth and stab up straight into the teeth.
Sounds great. So your sword kind of enters its mouth, and maybe its fangs.
My
almost,
hand is probably touching the first couple teeth.
And because of your size, as the wolf kind of falls down, it almost takes your arm with it because
God.
the head is so heavy, and you're kind of
Yeah.
going to have to pull the knife out.
Yeah.
Good. Turn.
It's cool. It was worth it. Oh wait, I have an action left. Can I pull it out?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
That was just. You can also use another action.
No, I feel like that's fair. Then I'll pull it out. I killed the big guy.
3 is going to try to attack you because of you killing its mother. 22.
That'll hit.
10 damage.
Holy crap. Okay. I'm still okay though.
4 is
I have
dead.
more health
Gary.
than any of my other characters I've ever played as.
So the giant wolf didn't fall on me, right? I'm still.
No, yeah. It's
I'm
like
still
right
good.
next to you, though.
All right. So then I get up with a mouthful of berries and I'd swing at the nearest one attacking Paladin or Pal. Ooh. Okay, so 17 and a 12.
Yeah. 17 hits. 12 doesn't.
Okay.
First miss of the night.
Hey, you roll a
Thank
4.
the good Lord.
You get what you get. 11 points of damage.
Oh, well, I guess it didn't matter because you also killed that one.
And he's like, I'm sorry.
You miss, and the wolf looks almost relieved until you come back for the backswing.
I think, I swing down, and then I'm like, well, I'm sorry, and then I lift it up again, hitting it underneath the jaw, and I think that leaves a loud enough crack that I'm like, ooh.
Ithildis reappearing and the wolf catching the scent, it starts to run after Ithildis, making it halfway until Grayson acts.
I think we all know what I'm about to do. So I just knock and fire 2 times if need be.
Even if not need be, right? Like,
Can
why
you
not?
do the cool Legolas thing where you have 2 arrows at the same time?
I don't know. Can I? I don't want to waste that on just a wolf. We'll try that. We'll try that later.
Save it for a better moment.
When
I'm
there's
sorry.
something super cool where I can make that happen. Not when it's a 4-on-1 baby wolf. That would be a 22 to hit.
Yeah, you did a great job.
And 19 to hit.
Yeah.
Both
Or
hits.
19.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So that and then just trying to get both under.
Yeah. No, that's great.
So 9 and 14. 9 and 14.
Yeah. Super dead.
Yeah.
So you watch as Ithildis, you see this wolf just running full speed at you, and as it almost reaches you, 2 arrows kind of let loose, pinning it to the ground in front.
And then I jump down with the rest of my turn.
And I think that ends initiative. As you guys all start to kind of pick up arrows and kind of look over your kills, Fullred kind of comes out from behind a tree where he was hiding.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
With
Forgot about him completely. Dude
with
disappeared into another dimension for real.
he comes out with all these like kind of cloths and bandages, and he's like, "Can I help anybody? Like, I've learned some medical training in my learnings." And he comes
take
over to Paladin and starts just bandaging up your wounds and cleaning out like any sort of infection that might have come from its teeth.
Looks like Gary's good.
Yeah, I think he'd like wave him over and be like, "Oh my head, come here," and then get him to wrap like a big bandage around, not actually needing it, but like moral support.
Make him feel better.
Yeah.
Part of the group.
Yeah.
A contributing member.
These
Yes.
berries did nothing, but this will help.
You can't fight on an empty stomach.
No, the berries were good.
We've got plenty of food to cook now. And I just
Yeah.
walk
I was
over
gonna
and
say,
I
meat's
pry
back on the
one of
menu.
the I pry one of the big canines from the big mama wolf, and I pocket that to add to my my gem necklace later, and then I maybe just start preparing one of the smaller wolves to eat for the evening.
You can add it to the stew.
So you guys do. I mean, the rest of the night, for those who were bitten.
Can we do a nature check to see if this was baby wolves of like a mama wolf? I'm just curious.
Well, you did get the mama wolf.
Oh, it was okay. Yeah.
Yes, the big
literally-
number
yeah.
1 was like
Got it.
the pack
Got it.
leader.
Okay.
Were the other ones actually like
Babies?
adolescent
Yeah, that's-
wolves?
No,
or
no,
were
no.
they like
Yeah,
full
that's-
wolves?
okay.
They were
Just-
full wolves,
Okay.
Still the mom. Okay, got it.
but in comparison, looked as if.
I just
tiny.
don't think Paladin wanted to be killing baby wolves.
Yeah, no,
yeah,
The energy I was
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, oh no.
no, no. You guys
It's a
were
little
full
late.
on.
It's a little late in the game, pal.
I pay attention to these things.
Just
so you
while
guys
we're
do.
setting up, like just as we're like winding down, I would like to just like relay to the group that a darkness is gathering. I saw it when I entered that other place, and I think it saw me.
And you watch as Fullred takes out one of his like smaller books and starts writing down, and in like a really timid voice, he goes, "Where was it?"
Beth forgets.
Yeah, no, you kind of point to the far distance where you saw like this black
Okay.
crowd.
I wasn't sure
cloud.
if you gave me a cardinal direction, and it would like
Yeah, sure. It's sort of northeast.
northeast.
And you point through, and it's like all you see in the far distance is just kind of the vastness of Rohan. And
And
you're
I'll sort of explain to him that the place that I go, I was a few years ago watching my post over by Minas Morgul, and I was stabbed by a Morgul blade, and while healed of my wounds, a curse remains, and I am now forever touched by this darkness, and can also join the darkness for a short time.
And as he's writing, you see him get a little tense, almost like I could have found any other group. Like, like what is who did I just? Maybe I should ask questions before getting on this journey with them.
A little
he's
late
like-
for that.
Yeah, he's like, okay. And you start preparing the wolves, perhaps being like the only fresh meat you've had in 3 or 4 days now. I don't know how good wolf meat is generally, but maybe it's welcome.
Depends on how you cook it.
And I think for the rest of the night, you guys can maybe sleep more into the afternoon as you try to regain some of those hours lost in this battle, or maybe you're extra exhausted. But by midday, you can be back on your trail, getting down off this mountain. Is there anything else you guys wish to do before leaving the White Mountains?
Just to clarify, does that count as like a long rest? Like we're
Oh,
back
yeah.
to okay.
I think one thing Gary would do is kind of, especially with Ithildis mentioning this, is just I think run a quick scan for magic in the area, like essentially like detect magic, probably before we rested, just to make sure that there's, I don't know, nothing creeping up. And I think also to kind of, now that we're comfortable with Full Red, just to make sure that he's not kind of packing anything that we don't know about.
Sure. Give me your detect magic. Is it Arcana check, you think?
I don't know. I think it just like pings. I think it just happens.
Okay, so it's just a spell like slot you
Yeah.
do spend?
Oh yeah, and I can
Cool.
do I think ritual.
Yeah.
I can do ritual. Yeah. So
You cast it, and you see none of these wolves were of any magic. It's just kind of the beasts that have retaken many of these areas. And I would just say you maybe don't even need your detect magic. Just looking through Full Red's things over the last few days, it really is just kind of generic textbooks that he has kind of pushed papers into, where he's transcribed other books, and it really just seems to be a fairly maybe unassuming view of the world. Just I wonder where this relic went. Why does no one else care where this is? It'd be cool to see. It's an excuse to go see the elves, which he's grown up with these elves in his hometown. He seems almost too innocent, but he actually is that innocent.
Can I ask him to what do you think the thing Ithildi described could be? When Australian, I knew it would happen.
So you ask Full Red?
Yeah.
And Full Red goes, I wish I had my whole library with me. I've known about the Shadow Realm. I didn't think you could still get there. But I can't imagine something there seeing us as good. I can't imagine anything there would even be alive.
Sort of undead.
Yeah, it's a sort of in between, really.
Yeah, and you can see he's probably exhausted from the journey already. But this is ultimately freaking him out, where he's just this is no longer just a game or a thought experiment as this whole has been. He's just what is happening?
Perhaps I will keep my distance from him for the remainder of the trip. Whereas I might have been
Keep an eye on
closer
that
to
one.
him. But I'll kind of hang back a little, seeing his discomfort and knowing that I am a little bit odd.
And I'd pat him on the back and be like, "Don't worry, we're almost there," and then start the trek.
I think aside to Ithildi, I want to say keep an eye on that one.
Always.
Yeah, I clocking Ithildi, I think I would be watching her too a little bit to see the idea of an unseen nemesis does not sit well with me.
I think that's fair. I think everyone, maybe other than Gary, could be a little upset.
Gary's not worried. He turns to the nose and he's like, "I trust you."
But I am used to being the thing that's unseen and hunting. And in this scenario, it feels like maybe it's the flip, and I don't know how to reconcile that.
Me neither.
They say the ring race were fearsome beasts.
So you guys you slowly start to descend the mountain, and the trip down is always easier than the trip up. And not only is it easier because of gravity, but the snow starts to get less and less as you get down, and then you're kind of just walking in small streams as you kind of walk down this beaten path that's been dug into the side of this mountain. and by end of day, you're back down into the next plains, which I believe is still Gondor, and Rohan is on the other side of a river. I was trying to look it up and get like exacts, but you're right in kind of that Gondor-Rohan mash-up. And you do, I mean, another night rest immediately. Is there anything else you guys need to do, like once you get back down to...
I would love to spend, let's say, 2 minutes just, again, and I kind of go a little wraithy as I'm using my primeval awareness to kind of send out and try to see if there are any wraiths within up to 6 miles. Wait, no, within a mile, I think, because I don't have the favored terrain thing.
Yeah, I mean, we could even say, like, a great distance.
Okay.
Honestly, so you have this knowledge now that if you were to enter the Shadow Realm by choice, you do kind of see these things that are seeing you.
For sure. I more just want to see if it's closing, if I get a feeling of it physically closing in. Like, I know that when I enter the Wraith world, distance is different. Mm-hmm. You know, like it can compress and extend depending on who is influencing it. And so in this instance, I want to see physically if anything is encroaching.
You don't sense anything that immediately close.
Great. And I will return back to my less wraithy but still little spooky look.
Little spooky. So for those who are just like Lord of the Rings nerds, you guys left Calambrel. You kind of took Ringlow, which is a river that kind of goes up into the White Mountains. You're kind of coming out the Mering Stream, and that's kind of where I'm not nerdy enough to know if that's still Gondor or if Gondor is on the other side of the big main river, which I think is called Snowbourne. But you're right on those borders now of crossing from Gondor into Rohan. And from this point on, it's fairly peaceful, right? It's kind of just a slow, flat journey as you're kind of going over little hills. You can see for so long when you get on top of little outcrops, and you do come across some small farming villages. You know that the closest ranger outpost would put you quite a far ways off of course, which you guys could obviously do if you wanted. But the only kind of human outposts, human villages you would cross from here are just these kind of small farming communities that have, since like the orcs have left and since most evil is gone, these are just kind of people retaking the land. And I know you guys have talked about wanting horses. Is this something you would want to go to farms for? Is this something you would want to ignore and just keep walking?
How's our guy looking? How's our little pal doing?
Yeah, I would say like generally exhausted, but I think you would expect it to be this going forward.
But like with actual like with Dungeons and Dragons.
No, not
exhaustion?
mechanics exhaustion. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
He just
tired.
just looks
and
worn.
Occasionally you hear him kind of muttering to himself, not to you guys, because pride, but like how bad his feet hurt and how he was like he didn't really know what he was getting into. How on the map distance looked so easy. But yeah, other than that, like he's keeping up, and compared to the mountains, this is cakewalk, right? This is just like one foot in step of the other at this point.
Mm-hmm. Can we see the map again? Is that possible?
I don't know how possible that is. Hey,
I was like, I have one
Patrick
behind
the curtain. Do we have one of those videos up?
I can just grab one.
Or perhaps how many, like,
yeah.
I'm sorry if I missed it, but how much time, like, or distance are we from our point here to our, like, destination?
Okay, let's...
This is exactly what I wanted.
Pause that. So we are now... Oh, I can even do this. Maybe. You're right there on our journey.
Oh,
and we're
wow.
getting...
So we are still...
Super cool.
very, very far.
And that's what I'm saying. Like the rest of this. So I think Rohan's up here, Gondor's up here. I think the border is somewhere like Entwashi area.
Yeah, it's like in the mountains there. Yeah.
And then you're gonna cross through here all the way into the Noman lands, back up into Mirkwood. But it is a fairly flat journey. It's a non-perilous, fairly agricultural zone now.
Like, does it seem likely that we could get horses here, or is this just like a...
Yeah, I don't. So, if you're going to get horses, I would say like the obvious choices are like, are you gonna go rob a farm of their horses? Do you guys
No.
have money to trade for horses or barter horses? Does that make sense? Like, there are horses
Yeah.
to be taken.
Could we...
Yeah.
I'm okay if you say no, but could we have said we saved some of the wolf pelts and then could trade for
I
a
think
few
that
horses?
sounds like a huntery a ranger thing to have done.
Yeah, I like that.
And I would say you've got one extraordinarily large pelt then.
Yeah, because
Probably uncured, right? So it's probably smelling
it's
a
getting
little
a little
bit.
gross, but
And
because
that's
I
my
imagine that the
knowledge.
halfling can't ride a full horse by himself, and I don't know if our dwarf will have to share either. So really, we might only need 3.
It's true.
Gary can hop on with me. I've got a Gary Bjorn.
He's like, all right, I'm good for it.
I'm happy to take
Here we go.
Pal and Marigold.
Do we still need one for full red though? I'm assuming so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Four
the 3.
horses, right?
That's the 3.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah, right. Because both of us are.
Yeah, and
Just so
we
that
got
it's
2
even.
Lils and 2 Norms,
Right.
Yeah.
and then NPC.
And then full red. Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
He goes, I'd appreciate a horse. I think that would make this journey much easier.
For now,
Yeah.
at least.
So you do. You guys come up across a little kind of farming community, and you see a couple men out farming, like tilling ground. It being that kind of early spring, they're starting to plant all their seeds to hopefully have a summer harvest. And you see quite a few horses pulling plow, horses in a stable. There might even be a small child like riding a horse kind of just around the property. And I would say you're probably, 3-4 miles out that you're seeing all this from. And you would assume at some point before reaching them, they would also be able to put eyes on you because I would assume you guys aren't trying to hide as you're walking up into his
No.
property.
I mean, we totally could if we wanted to, but
I don't
think
know why we
need to.
would though, because then that just makes us look suspicious.
For sure. I'll put my hood up at this time, just because I know how
Yeah.
I look.
Don't
Sure.
scare the children.
So you guys
Don't scare the common folk.
yeah.
you guys start to get exceedingly close within hundreds of feet, and you watch as one man kind of swings this little kind of stick gate open as he crosses through his farm and out towards you on the main road. And he goes, "How may I help you guys? Where did you come from?"
And I guess Gary, being the guide, strolls up and he's like, "Oh, well, I guess we need your horses. Trade?"
Yeah, and a small child kind of comes up behind him and goes, "Are you all rangers?"
He's like,
Yes.
"Aye, except for the little one. Well, the bigger little one."
Not
Hey,
the
goes-
one with the raccoon.
Right.
And he goes, "Hi, I'm Full Rend." And the small boy kind of raises his hand and goes, "Hi, I'm Edwin." Small, like maybe 7 or 8, right? Small child. And you can see
My
he's
size.
getting excited because like he knows about Rangers just from stories. They're kind of like, I don't know, a small boy collecting G.I. Joes type of thing.
I would lean down and hand him one of the smaller teeth because I remember being a child like that, looking up to rangers and wanting to be one. And so I just lean down and give him one of the wolf's teeth, and
Yeah.
as a token of of our adventure so far.
Yeah, he takes it from you and he goes, Dad, look at what they must have slayed on their way here. And he goes, "What do you say?" And the small child just thanks you for the wolf as he starts to like put it between his hands and kind of like digging and being like, "Ah." And
You have to watch out when they come out from the two sides.
And then I think I would reach onto the horse and hand over the big pelts, because I would probably be the biggest of our team, and I would hand over the big pelts and kind of drop them on the ground as our offering to these.
Yeah, and as you drop it, the father of the group starts to spread it out, and this one wolf pelt is larger than even his largest horse. And he goes, "What did you guys run into?" And then
shit.
Then another just kind of like farmhand starts to roll out the other ones that you dropped down, and he goes, "What do you guys need?"
3 horses. Horses.
Yeah, the guy, he looks at you. He's like, "All right, I think that's a very fair deal." And he like waves and then puts up 3 fingers, and you watch as one of the other farmhands kind of brings out 3 fingers, but also like packets of food rations. And he goes, "I can't assume you coming to me that you're headed to another outpost, so we're gonna pack some extra food for you guys." And he points to the tooth, and he's like, "Thank you," and points down to these pellets, and he's like, "These will definitely help us get to our harvest. We appreciate that." And starts to kind of roll it up to pack it away and gives you the 3 horses. So what was riding order going to be?
Gary's first.
So Gary's on a horse?
I guess.
So Gary's gonna be with me. Yeah.
It's gonna be the 2 G's.
Gary it is.
And I think it makes sense. It
unit.
makes sense for Gary to kind of sit in the front, and I'd sit back. He would actually hold the reins,
And you hold the waist.
I would work it in such a way that if need be, I could easily reach over to my bow and be able to fire while Gary is driving.
So that's 1 horse.
And I will have Paladin and Marigold with me. And I like to imagine that it's Marigold, Paladin, me.
Yes.
So it's like a little
cute.
Russian nesting doll on a horse.
I was thinking of giving Marigold to, I keep forgetting his name, Full Red. I keep wanting to call him Red Full instead for no reason.
You know, it might not be
So
a
that
bad idea.
Marigold can help him. Like
Yeah, I was gonna say
mechanically,
it might not be a
really-
bad idea
Yeah,
to
like-
give him the help action. Yeah.
That's
Okay,
fair.
so yeah, Marigold is literally helping him because she's more experienced than Full Red.
That's also adorable with her little raccoon hands.
Yes.
So Full Rent now has the raccoon?
Yes.
Yeah, I think maybe, like, it's been like almost a week at this point, that maybe Full Rent is very comfortable with this raccoon, right? It's like a pet for him through these hard nights and days. Like, it's a
An
little
emotional
bundle of joy.
support
Yeah.
raccoon.
So
Yes.
not only is Full Rend have the raccoon, but the raccoon's like facing Full Rend as like Full Rend kind of like plays with his belly as they're on the horse. It's
Yes.
pretty freaking adorable.
Yes.
Is there anything else you guys want to do on this farm before you kind of just get back on your journey and head towards Rohan and through to Mirkwood?
Yes. Can we ask the people if they've seen anything really weird, like a wraith of old?
I will tip my head down a little bit.
No one notices.
You mean her?
Yeah, and as you do say that, like the father, he looks at the boy and he's like, "Go home. Like, take the wolf pelts, start cleaning up." And the father looks at you, he goes, "I have not seen anything like that around here. Should I be looking out for that?"
No, just being careful.
He goes, "It's been 50 years since we've heard rumors of that. Like,
I just look to him and say, just be weary. Not weary. Just be leery.
And
Just
just
because
like
Larry-
shitty.
Freaking Gary.
Gary.
Leery and cheery.
I've made a connection with this child, so I feel a sense of like additional protection over them.
Sure.
And so I give this kind of nod of like, we don't know a lot, but there's enough to say, just be careful.
he's like, all Okay, I don't know what we'll do, but thank you. And he starts to pick up the wolf pelts, and starts to gather those and like bring them back through the farm to his homestead.
And do we see any, I don't want to say hardship, but like any minor kind of like problem that we could help in exchange for like the additional rations? Like, I don't know, like a cracked timber or something that we can like help prop up, or like anything that just like requires more hands.
Sure, like
before we go?
perhaps a worn out fence of some, like just go and start tending to a fence.
Yeah, just like simple stuff to like kind of, I don't know, chew up an afternoon sort of thing.
Yeah, I like that. Maybe you guys just kind of like picnic out next to it. A farm being, dozens, if not hundreds of acres, you could even be far away from them. Kind of just like mending this fence as you kind of just take the afternoon to relax, let Fulren kind of rest, play with the little raccoon friend on his horse.
I smoke a pipe with him.
Yeah, and I would say even while you're doing that and your whole time spent, another small child, like the child's sister, kind of comes out with more of a full fresh meal than these kind of stored rations for you guys. And she's like, oh, thanks for the help. Good luck with your journey tomorrow. And then heads quickly away from you.
Okay.
Cool. So I think the night passes without any stress, right? You might not even need to pull watch all that much because you're in this kind of agricultural kind of built up area. It's not wild like you were in the mountains. But as the next morning comes, you guys get back on your horses and start making your way. I've got this written down so we can get some context. So it's going to be around 8 days on horse. It would have been around 15 days as you have to cross 370 miles through Rohan to get to Mirkwood. It is not a small journey. And you're also now needing to save some of your rations for these horse. So it might even take a little bit longer as you guys also need to find more food each night to try to just like prolong and make sure that these horses have areas to graze.
And we've already traveled 3 or 4 days at this point.
Here's a recap.
Great.
It took 2 days to get from your first base to the White Mountains. It then took 3 to 4 days in the White Mountains. It is now going to be taking you around 8 to 9 days to get towards Mirkwood.
Okay.
The only thing that you guys see throughout this entire trip, kind of deep into Rohan, is you see one farm being terrorized by how many Gondorians do we have in the room? Cool. 1, 2. You guys would know these people as the Dunlingdings. And I think I said that right. I've been trying to say it. It sounds ridiculous every time it comes out of my mouth.
I always call them the
Is it
dumb
like the-
dingalings.
It's exactly what it sounds like. And
Is it like the hill people?
it's the wild men of
Yeah.
Dunder or something.
I'm thinking of Dunedain, and I know that's not it because those
No.
are Rangers.
But the Gondorians would know that after the Third Age, there were rules set up that said these men could not come into Rohan. That because they had served Sauron, they were kind of being kept to this one area in Gondor, and that they don't belong where they are, and they're clearly doing evil on this land. And you
I
see
will slide
Fulren-
off of my horse immediately,
Yeah.
and I will move as quickly and quietly as with stealth. I will kind of move my cloak, drop my hood, and move to close the gap on them as quietly as possible.
Yeah, I feel like my instinct would be much the same, although my eyes would flash again kind of wraith-like as I would just cast dark vision on myself. And then I would be, again, hood up, also stealthing after because this is not right.
Cool. Is this kind of like everyone's? Is Gary going to stay with the horses?
Yeah, I guess I would like kind of stage
was-
whisper to Graze to ask like if I should stay with the horse or.
I was gonna volunteer to take the horses and cast Speak with Animals and tell them to chill and wait. You know.
Oh, well, we have the boy. He can stay with the horse.
Before
Oh,
you
yeah,
can
Doug.
even
He's like, I'll stay with the horses.
before you can even ask the question, Gary, I'm gone. You don't even know that I'm gone before I'm gone.
It's like, all right, I hate when he does that. Slides
I
off
see
and tries to
something and
run.
I take action immediately. Like yeah.
Good by me. I chase after him.
Cool. So you're going to talk to the horses and be like, chill, get them calm. Full Ren is going to stay with the horses.
And tell them to stay with Full Red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then are you going to take your raccoon pal?
Yeah.
Full
No,
Red.
I'll leave her with him.
This is
Okay,
where
Full
Full Ren
but-
dies.
But cast magic stone and give her the stone so she has a good attack.
And Full Ren
Just
has
in
like
case.
one arm under both of its arms and its belly facing you and it's kind of like rubbing it on its head. Like, I'll make sure it's safe.
Yeah. I was like, Sheila protects you.
Okay, as you guys start to get up onto that farm, I'll give Grays and Illithid? Ithildis?
Ithildi.
Ithildi. I'm going to say that wrong every time.
okay.
I kept thinking
Ithildi,
it too. So.
Janet.
I'll
You
give
there,
you
Damn
creepy
it.
one.
I'll give you guys like a surprise round, and then we'll just go into normal
Ooh.
combat. But I do need you all to roll initiative and drop it on the initiative tracker while I also get my initiative going.
Oh shoot.
Not great this time.
Got about
I
the
like
same.
my initiative. Usually the characters I play, my initiative is terrible.
Math.
This is the most roguey ranger you could play.
Yeah.
I love it.
And no surprise that you're playing.
Only slightly different than normal mode of operation, so I appreciate it.
I was like, I don't feel like I just went too far out of my normal realm either.
All right, do we all have our initiative in?
Yep.
Yes.
Perfect. Boom.
Gary's faster this time.
Yeti's on the door.
I feel like if I hadn't jumped off the horse sooner, it would have been very much a Leroy Jenkins moment with Gary.
It's so much more fun to say Giddy than Gary.
Okay,
This
going
map
here.
is amazing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got all my guys. Just need to scale that back down to 4. So these guys were terrorizing the farm across this little riverway. And you guys are coming
And what do you
up,
mean when you say terrorize? Like they're
like
just, like,
setting
kicking at the
flame
dirt?
to
Or
farm and
Oh.
pillaging. And there's definitely like a few dead farm hands that look like they've been like robbed in the process. They're just like cutting through farms, taking everything they can.
Okay, and sorry, would I know that they're sophisticated? Like, would talking be a potential option, or do I know that they're kind of like violent or aggressive enough that?
So you know they're aggressive. You know that they're a problem that the Rangers often have to deal with. Out of all of the kind of like land dispute issues, often it's these men. Usually these men are terrorizing Gondor, so it's weird that they have made it this far over Entwash and are in now deep into Rohan. The other thing I would say is with Greys and Ithildi already on the move, getting their first attacks in first. If they don't attack, you could definitely try to talk to them. But I would assume you would have to say something to Grays before he starts throwing arrows.
He disappeared into the cover of the farm, so
Then we'll let Grays figure out his own life.
yeah.
Yup. Okay. So I get a surprise round, full round, or just a surprise attack,
No, we'll give you full
or
round.
surprise full round. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Then I
that's
close
fine.
the gap.
Yeah.
Do I need to roll for stealth in closing the gap?
Nah, they were very much concentrating on killing the things at their hands.
I'm gonna need you to tell me where is too far. I'm gonna keep moving my character until you tell me.
You can put them
That's-
wherever you want.
Oh, sweet.
You're
I
totally
love that.
hidden. And there's like
Okay.
this is like a 2 to 3 foot stone wall following the river. So you could just be like
Perfect. Okay.
sitting up behind the wall if you
That's
wanted.
exactly what I do then. That's exactly where I go. What is the distance on these people now that I've closed that gap? How far? am I
5
from
feet
them?
per grid. So 1, 2,
Okay.
3, 4.
Oh.
You're within 25 feet of all of them.
Perfect.
30 feet.
Okay, perfect. All right. So for my first action, I think I want to use my gem of brightness at the 3rd level, and I whisper a tone into it. And when I do that, it sends a blinding light of a 30-foot cone, and each creature within that zone must do the saving throw of a DC 15, or they all get blinded for 1 minute.
Okay, so do you remember if it's a con save?
Con save, yeah. DC 15 con save.
Cool. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2 first. I get a con, you say?
Mm-hmm.
1. Cool. I get a 10 and a 10.
Sweet.
And then I get a 19 and a 12. So 3 is good.
Okay.
And then 4 and 5 both fail.
So all but 3 are blind for the next minute. They can, at their turn, at the end of their turn, they can roll another DC to see if they come out of the effect.
Okay.
Okay.
dig it.
All right, so that's what I do, and then I will fire at the one who is not blind. So I'll fire at 3.
Okay. The one guy who's like, what was that?
Yeah, and that's a 17 to hit.
Yeah, that would hit.
Okay, and it would help if I get the right. That's a 14 damage.
14 damage. Cool. Arrow lands.
Sweet. And then that's my surprise round. Are we doing both of them, or am I doing my next round immediately?
No, Ethilde, do you want to do anything during your surprise round?
I sure do. What do I want to do? I have no intent on talking to these people. They are not where they ought to be, and they are obviously committing crime. So I am going to... I saw the flash, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And I see one guy is still bibbity-boppiting around. Like one guy looks fine. I
Oh,
should
yeah,
say.
and it has an arrow in him. So I would say less than fine.
Well, yeah, like he can see them.
I would say arguably the worst off of them all.
I'm going to say, kind of echoing the previous battle,
Yeah.
where Grays kind of hit the guy that was attacking me. I am going to be a little bit a ways, like kind of far, because I don't need to get super close. And I'm going to just sort of like arc my arrow over Grays and into that same guy, and I'm going to bonus action Hunter's Mark him. And then sharpshooter, shoot him with my arrows. Okay, so that is a, my goodness gracious me, 21 minus 5 is 16.
You did it. You did what you needed to do.
Yeah, that hits, that hits.
Oh, yeah, that hits.
Oh, great, okay.
This is gonna be good.
And then, oh, it's not very good.
I know.
Well, at least you get the plus 10.
That's true. I keep forgetting that is the thing. So 5 plus 7 is 12, plus 10 is 22 for the first.
Yeah, it's dead.
What is the plus 10 from?
So good.
Sharpshooter.
That's amazing.
You have to subtract 5 at the beginning. So
Yeah,
you're,
that's
you're
right,
taking
yeah.
a deficit in hopes that you
But
get
it's
enough
to, like,
to be
make
able
that
to.
perfect shot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you watch as Grays pins him with an arrow, and then your arrow, you just pull it back just slightly further and launch it at speeds like unseen, and it just passes through him. And you watch as the arrow far in the distance before he like lands on his knees.
Wonderful. I would like to, with my second attack, shoot another guy.
Yeah, I would assume you get advantage if they're blind. I would assume that's like part of the game of D&D, right? That sounds.
Yes.
That
They're
sounds
not
like
dodging.
that sounds like D&D. Just so you know, only to be fair, the number 1 guy is just like a ton bigger than the rest.
Then I will
Okay.
aim for number 1.
I figured it'd be unfair for me not to tell you.
So that will
You
be.
you considered not though.
You know, you take your wins where you get them.
So I am sharpshootering again, and I rolled the exact same thing of a 16 to hit.
Yeah. Wait. That doesn't hit.
Oh, of course it doesn't because
Oh.
he's big.
He's a big boy. You watch as he's just like kind of standing there with his shield on arm, and you try to hit him, but even in his blindness, you just like impale the shield, and he's strong enough to like hold it back.
For sure. I think
That sounds like a full turn.
I do have a question. Oh, wait,
Okay.
no, it's a subsequent turn. Because I did drop a target to 0, but I have to use a bonus action on the next turn to move it. Never mind. That's it. I'm good.
Cool.
Didn't you use
Grayson.
bonus action for Hunter's Mark, though?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I used it to
Oh.
cast it, so I can't move
Yeah.
it this turn.
Oh, by moving it, you meant the target. I thought you meant the dead body.
I did too.
And I'll just use it to puppet the body.
Okay. All right.
Not quite.
Okay, Grayson, and then Gary, you'll be right up next behind.
Get it.
So I see what
Wait, I
I
didn't get
see
to go.
what
I
happened.
think it was a
Wait,
sneak attack round.
Those were
Sneak attack
these
round.
are
So
yeah,
now we're
that
at
was
top
sneak
of
attack.
initiative.
Oh, okay.
We have
But
just
I didn't-
we
I
are
didn't go
just
either.
now entering initiative.
No, but I didn't go in the sneak attack one.
You did not sneak attack.
We,
Yeah,
the
you
two-
stayed
the-
behind to talk to the horses.
Oh, okay. That's right. That's
Yeah.
right.
The
Where
two
are they?
Gondorians ran ahead.
Yes.
So purple and green have attacked. Blue and yellow are kind of just in the back there.
Okay, misunderstood.
Okay,
It's okay.
so seeing what just happened, I'm going to try sharpshooter as well. And I'm going to aim for the big guy back there. And so
Yeah, and he was just like, I really wish it was my turn so I could try to see again.
oh, I super did not hit. I rolled a 5.
Another arrow hits his shield. He's like, man, it's my day.
All right, I feel like I gotta just go for gold and try again.
I
Can
think
you try
so.
it again? As long as you don't land it, can you do it again?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know sharpshooter.
Does a feat have
I think
like
you
a?
can try it again. I think you can
Okay.
do it again.
Unless
Okay.
it says like once per round, I think you
It
can try
doesn't.
again.
It doesn't. It
Yeah.
just. I think because you're always taking a disadvantage to do it. Maybe.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
you can do it every time, even if you
I'm gonna
hit.
try
You can-
again just to see if I can make it happen on this.
Yeah, I
this
mean,
go around.
this is
Sharpshooter.
the blind round.
Sharpshooter.
Oh yeah, this time I
So
time I
good.
got 8. Oh no, we get advantage. hang on. We get advantage.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
get
yeah.
advantage.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait,
I
is it still
super
advantage
hit.
because it's not the sneak attack round?
He gets
they're
advantage
blind.
because he's blind.
They're blind.
Oh, got it.
So should I roll for the first one again?
If you
Like
want to.
how do you want to do that? Because like I just rolled a 16 this time. Let's just say those first 2 rolls were the first one.
Okay. I like that.
So I would
idea.
have
Yeah.
failed. Okay.
That's
So then
smart math.
16. This is 25. Is 25 hit?
Yes.
Cool.
Did you do sharpshooter this time?
I think he.
Oh
did.
yes, it's
Yeah,
20.
okay.
Sorry, because I did sharpshooter. So it's 20.
Still good.
20 hits. Great. That's perfect because I just rolled terribly on that. So 9. Nope. 5 plus 7. 17 damage.
Bueno.
And then I don't see any benefit to me moving other than to maybe move. I'm going to move just over here under this tree line. Even though they can't see me anyway, I just want the ability to kind of flip around and kind of come in on them on the flank them on the other side if necessary.
So the tree, you are currently under tree foliage canopy,
Yes.
but you would still be like next to trunk, next to stone wall, just so
I
we're
know.
clear. Like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, but because that's more shaded,
Yeah.
that
Trying to
gives
get,
me
like,
more.
half
That gives me
cover or
more.
something?
That gives me more benefit and more advantage. I get actually to roll advantage on that next time.
Oh, okay. I like that.
So
Is that like so you have cover or?
Yeah. And
in the shadow.
shade.
Yeah, the shadow
Okay.
affords me advantage because of
Gary,
my
what
cloak.
are we doing?
Yeah, Gary runs up to the to that brick wall or that stone wall, and kind of yells out like, "What are we doing?" But then immediately hops over the fence, or maybe like throws his hammer over, and then like.
Is it inappropriate that I see Gary with like one of those giant like helicopter guns? Just like, what are we doing?
Yes. And I mean, like, strategically, he's also trying to, like, draw attention to himself so that way when he gets into the fray, that becomes the focus. So he will get as close to that one as he can, which I think is about as far as he can get on his turn, and we'll just, like, swing with his hammer. So 21 and a 16.
Yep.
Those are both hit? Okay.
Not the 16, the 21.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I thought that was one attack.
Oh, no, sorry. Are they still blind? Is that right?
Yeah, I think everyone's still blind because no one's had a turn yet.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Okay, so I guess that'll be the first. I was just rolling for my 2
Yeah,
attacks.
yeah.
So that'll
So
be the
you hit
first
one.
attack. And then the second one will hit with a 20. Just a flat
Good
20.
for you. And you're attacking number 5?
Yeah, I'm attacking number 5.
Great.
So 17 damage total between the 2 attacks.
Perfect. Yeah, you do whatever you want.
Oh, and then I guess I also get, I will attack with my offhand and use my bonus action to attack with my little axe, just like swinging the hammer and then just like.
Like your tinkerer's tools? Like what's it?
Well, I have like 2 weapons. Like I have 2-handed business, a hammer and an axe. It's like a little short axe, like a chopping axe. I think. Anyway, I think I'm going for the ankle.
You got it. You brought him down.
But it doesn't. Oh, I did. I killed him.
17 damage?
Yeah.
You done your thing.
He's like,
You've
oh. I wasn't ready.
Stronger than you know.
All right. Who's ready? And then he turns to someone else. But I think that's the end of
Like
his
covered
turn.
in blood.
Okay. It's a 15 con save, you said?
Yes.
Cool. Number 1 is still blind. Number 2, still blind. And Paladin took. This is so fun. I love D&D.
Okay. I would like to run up to the stone wall and take a shot at the big guy with my sling. And if I hit him, I want to do ensnaring strike on 2nd level. It was advantage, right? Still.
Yes, because I guess they're still blind.
Good.
I guess the question would be like, do they end blindness when they're damaged?
I got a let 21.
It doesn't say that they do.
Yeah,
it just
I don't
says
know.
that
Yeah.
it
I was
lasts
like, if
for
it's like-
a
if-
minute or until they save.
Yeah, a minute is just so long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty good, right? Now, it takes... I only get 50 charges with this item, and then it's done. And
Right.
it takes 5 charges
No,
to
you're
do this
good.
one. So it's a
I'm
big-
not
big
questioning
one.
it. You're fine. Just kill everything before they can see. It's great. How much damage you doing over there, Paladin?
Okay, well, I am going to hit him with ensnaring strike on... let's do 2nd level. So he's going to have to make what is this, a strength save?
Okay.
Or he does more damage. Yeah, strength check against... he has to pass a 14.
Cool. 8.
Oh, nice. Okay. So I do
So he like feels as like
five damage on the regular hit, and then he gets completely wrapped up in these like crazy vines, and he cannot move, and like his whole next turn.
can't see, can't move. Love it.
I think
Having a great time.
he can make another strength throw, but on the beginning of his turn, he automatically takes damage.
I'm gonna do a strength throw, and I'm gonna do a con save next turn.
Yep.
Is that your turn?
That'll be me.
Cool.
Oh wait, no, I'll just shoot. I have one more attack, so let me shoot him again with the just for fun with the
Phildy,
sling
you're next. Just be
and
ready.
stay back. So that'll be 25 to hit. So I think I've got him,
Yep.
and then another 5 damage.
At least you don't hit big.
I do not. I can do a lot of magic tricks, but I
Yeah.
don't.
No,
hit
you're good.
very
At
big.
least that felt okay. Okay, Phildy
Yeah, but he is
All right.
stuck there now, which is a good move.
for now.
Wonderful.
Hey, he gets a whole turn negated.
I've already gotten 2 negated, so.
I'm going to shift my hunter's mark over to the big guy.
So he like glows or something.
Yeah, I imagine as opposed to glowing, it'll have that wraithy appearance
Sure.
of just starting to look like the shadows are almost pulling at like the loose
that's cool.
fabric of his clothes.
Does that apply to everybody or just you?
I'm
That's her
flavoring my
version of
hunter's
Hunter's
mark.
No. But does Hunter
I
Mark
think
give
only
everybody advantage or
I
just
think
you?
only she sees that.
It just gives
I don't
it just
have
gives
that,
me
yeah.
bonus damage.
Cool.
Yeah, it's not advantage, it just gives me bonus damage.
We like bonus damage.
We do. Big guy is indeed blinded though.
Blinded and restrained.
Amazing. I'm
Yep.
gonna hit him. Hopefully. Again, sharpshooter.
Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness advantage. Oh, wow. The duality of man. I rolled a natural 1 and a natural 20.
Hey.
Oh, hey.
Double
that would be a crit.
dice
What are
damage.
the odds of that?
Double damage.
Double damage, and I get to double my hunter's mark damage, which is peachy keen jelly bean, and I get to add 10 on top.
This guy
Fuck him.
is so dead.
This guy in particular has just gained my wrath.
To my advantage. He's very big.
Will just started drinking.
7, 14,
Kept this bottle just for this.
14
For when D&D
plus
doesn't go my way.
7, 19, 20, 21, 31 points of damage, please. On the first hit.
Okay.
And then I'm going to, if he is still up, I would like to
Okay.
shoot him again.
Yep. Just. I mean, when you say up, yeah. I mean, he's alive.
Yeah.
I think the only thing holding him up at this point are the vines. You see, as he kind of starts waving a little bit.
And I'll just sort of, it sounds quiet, but it kind of carries, and I'll just say, you should not have come. And then I will attack him again. Hopefully I'll hit after that line. I don't think I'm gonna hit, team.
At least you sound cool.
I sound real cool as pretty sure I shoot into the distance, but let me
Well,
just
you still
check.
get advantage, I guess.
Oh, I rolled a 2 and
Oh.
a 6.
Yeah,
so
sorry.
plus 12 to hit with my bracers.
Oh, yeah, that does it. Yeah,
But
18.
minus 5 because I always sharpshooter.
I live another day.
Yeah, so it will go wide.
Okay, cool. 7 on number 4's health, or blind. So he's still blind, I guess. Grayson.
I'm gonna hop over the fence as my movement to just kind of
join Gary.
hunker just behind Gary, still in the shadows over here, just behind Gary. And I'm going to try to give the final blow to our big boy over there.
Yeah, and
just
you can
gonna-
hear him yell. He's like, just end it.
I'm kidding. Is that him yelling or you yelling, Will?
It's him. It's him, for sure. It's him. It's
So
him.
I'm
I would
going
never
to-
put my attitude into my NPCs. Or
I am
enemies.
not gonna do sharpshooter because something tells me I don't need to.
'Finish him.
15 doesn't hit, does it?
No.
Barf.
Another day.
And then I guess I just gotta go again, right? I guess I gotta go again. Oh, this time we're gonna do a
Wasn't ready for that.
28. Does a 28 hit?
Yeah, that would. That would for sure.
Okay, so
Where
on
is
the
my guy?
28.
So I can go.
You're just like ready to delete him.
I do 13 damage to our guy.
He's dead.
And then I yell out, "Yes!"
But like, I would say like he's like half slumped over in these vines that are kind of suspending his
He
body.
just kind of like brr.
Okay, that
Very
goes
creepy.
all the way down to Gary, and then I get one monster.
Okay, yeah, Gary runs over to the nearest of
Not
these
for long.
wild folk and attacks. Both miss. Because I'm assuming none of them are blind or anything like that anymore, so no advantages.
No, I think they are all blind.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think anyone is saved, have they?
No one has saved yet.
Okay, then yes, then my second attack will hit with a 23. So I'll at least swing with one hammer. All right, at least one hammer swing. For 10 points of damage.
Cool. I mean, it hurts him for sure, but he's still standing.
Okay. And then I think I'll also yell at him, like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, and I don't think he answers.
All right.
I think he's,
Rude.
dang it. All right. 3 to see. And that was number 4. So I think 4 is just like stumbling along this wall. So Paladin, your turn, and then Phil. Oh no, wait, I'm sorry. It was his turn. He still can't see, but because you're in melee, I believe I get to attack with disadvantage. Does a 8 hit you? Of course not.
Level 7, we at least got double digits.
Athildis, go for it. Athildi,
All right.
go for it.
I don't really want to take this away from Gary. He's right in the thick of it. It feels kind of mean. So I will I will use my bonus action to shift my hunter's mark to lucky number 4.
I'm sorry, I skipped Paladin.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Keep
okay.
all that math in your head
I was
and
like,
ready
you
to
did
go.
say that. I'm just gonna jump over the fence and go for, I can't see the number, but like
4.
not the guy that yeah, okay, so number 4. And I'll just be cool about it. I'm gonna like jump out from behind the fence and like, yeah. That'll be a 22 to hit.
Yeah.
Awesome, I like that. Then I get oh, not so good. That's 5 damage.
Hey, still here.
I get 2 attacks though, so
No.
just stab him again.
Well, you've been averaging 5, so maybe I can
Oh,
get...
I don't think I hit him because I only got a 9, so I don't think
That
that
does
hits.
not hit him.
Okay,
Athildi.
can I use my bonus action to get out my shield?
Sure.
Cool.
All right.
Or I guess your use item action.
Or is that not bonus action?
Mm-mm. It's like a separate...
Oh.
So you still have a bonus action.
Oh, cool. Well, I don't. I'm just like, good job, guys. Or,
Athildi,
good
go.
job, guys.
Great job, team.
Actually, wait. Can I do this on the bonus action? Never mind. Sorry, it's an action. I lied.
Do your math that you had already.
Oh, I didn't really do much math. This is directed at me.
Yeah.
I avoid math at all costs. But I will still shoot for the one now beside Pal. I know Pal is a great healer, not so great with the hurting. So I will shoot, sharpshooter,
Yep.
still blind. Correct?
Yeah, as far as we know.
Okay. As far as we know.
They only get to.
Are they supposed to
only
make
get
like
to
saving throws, or
They
like,
only get to save at the end of their turn.
I
Yeah,
just-
I've only rolled
Oh.
6.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know which one is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because I just don't know. So I'm
Don't
gonna
worry.
ask every
Yeah,
time.
mine were 2.
You're fine. That was not the thing we were
did the
mocking.
same.
It was my rolls.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure I'm gonna hit because that's a 29 minus
You did it.
5, 24.
You did it.
You did it.
And I did say I moved my hunter's mark from
Okay.
the big guy.
And it's a plus 10 on damage?
Yes, so
Great.
that is 20 points of damage.
Yeah. 10 did enough. You did it with your bonus damage.
Did it.
You didn't even have
Great.
to hit. You
Did you
just-
get
it.
You
I'll
get
use my
another
other
one.
attack
Yeah, of
to
course.
then possibly steal this from Gary.
Oh, Gary was so mad, maybe.
No, I'm giving it to you.
I feel like Gary will pick him up and then just hit him again.
Wonderful.
I'll hold him up for you. You can hit him.
Sounds good. All right. And that is another 20. What did I say? 25? 24 points of damage?
Will's just clapping. He's
This
just
feels
clapping.
like in
Yeah.
80s
Good job.
movies when there's like a frame between the actor and then the dummy explodes. Like,
I do feel like after our break, during our break, Will is gonna just go boost all of the stats for the things that are coming up.
I'm just rolling
Yep.
cups of 20s at this point.
That's 25 points of damage to that guy. I feel like I'm just gonna start really getting attacked, which is fine.
No,
I
you're
love-
good.
I
You're
mean,
good.
you're
That's how
badass.
this is how D&D works. So you've quelled this fight that was happening in this farm. There are definitely numerous dead, but you've definitely saved the majority of people who are now having to like pick up the dead and try to carry them off, and they will have to spend weeks repairing the farm and trying to stop the fires and try to replant crops. But there's obviously a high level of like appreciation for what you guys did for them. Is there anything else you want to do at this farm before just like continuing on the journey?
Would they
Should
have
we
You
anything
do the
on...
typical search the dead bodies.
Yeah,
move.
would they have anything on them? That's of
Yeah, like
value?
rusty swords, bloody tunics. Some of them fight with pitchforks, as seen in the movies. You know, basic wild men stuff.
I would say
Tiki
that
torches.
Ethilde would probably offer to at least help the homesteaders, these people, bury their dead.
Okay, so you guys kind of spend the
Yeah.
afternoon at this farm as well now?
Like, she would offer if the group
Yeah.
is amenable. Obviously,
Yep.
she's not going to hold it up if everyone's like, no, let's
Yeah,
go.
I don't think even the survivors, I think, are either hurt or scared. So I think they would welcome any help you guys would offer.
Yeah,
I would
I'll
drag
help them with some healing
the
and
the
stuff.
other bodies away from their land.
Like over the stone wall.
Get them over the stone wall. Maybe how running is this river? Is it?
No, it's more of a stream. It's like
Okay.
4 feet.
So yeah,
wide.
I would just get them out maybe over here. I'm gonna grab all their dead and bring them over here. I don't know what I just grabbed, but it was not
think
that.
it
Oh
was
yeah,
a
I guess I
dead
grabbed a
body.
dead guy. I would just bring everybody over to this area while they're doing all of that.
Love it. You guys work together while Full Rend plays with the raccoon by the horses.
Oh, yeah, he's still so away. I keep forgetting he exists.
Rachel's having the time of her life.
So the afternoon passes. You guys you help with the dead. People are starting to repair little fences and put out the fires primarily. They probably offer you food again, right? You're getting well fed on this trip of saving farms. Is there anything else you guys want to do?
No, I want to get. My main mission is to get Fulrend where he needs to be.
I would like, to ask the farmers, have the wild men been coming in to attack a lot lately?
And yet they explain, this is only the first time we've been attacked, but we know many of our friends' farms that are in other areas have had to deal with this as well.
That's not good.
No, and I would say as he's speaking to you, it's very different than the father and boy who almost looked up to Rangers. Like these people are almost disgusted with the Rangers for not helping them with this. Like they see this as being like the number one cause of the Rangers, and that they're repeatedly failing them.
Yeah,
But-
all the more reason that Gray's, I would just be trying to distance myself at this point. If there's no level of appreciation that's happening, if like this was just expected, then I don't have the same level of care and attention to give back to them.
Makes sense.
I feel like I would do the opposite, where like they don't believe in us, so I want to make them care, and so I'm trying to help as much as possible, like heal whoever needs it, or like just show other useful things. Like we do more than just scare away these bad guys.
I head over to the
But it
horses.
also is noteworthy that this has been happening more often, because it shouldn't be.
That sounds very much like your two characters. Cool. So yeah, I mean, I would assume Paladins probably warming the hearts of some of them, but there's probably like a pain that will last far long after you guys leave.
Rome wasn't built in a day. Or
Ministerial.
Gondor wasn't built in a day.
So Grays, you said you went back to the horses.
Yes, I'm back with the horses now.
Everyone else starting to head back.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Cool. And Full Rend is there looking totally fine. He looks at you and goes, what happened to you? And he like puts down
You should have seen
You
us.
should see the other guys.
puts down the raccoon and like kind of pushes it towards Paladin so that he's like, you need him more than I do now.
We have a little hug.
So it's closer to the end of the day, so you probably just stay where you are and rest the night as you continue. Kind of, you're into your 8th day now, kind of the day you expected to be able to reach Mirkwood, but you're still, you can start seeing Mirkwood off in the distance, but it's probably still a couple days journey. You've just entered the Brown Lands. And as you look over to your right-ish shoulder, kind of into the Brown Lands, you see what only could be these trees sort of moving across the horizon. And it probably takes you minutes, if not hours, to even like realize that they're moving, because they're moving at such a slow pace. And Fulrend looks and goes, what is that? And you guys all know that they're the Entwives, and he's got like books about these, and he goes, oh, the Entwives are returning to the Brownlands.
They've been lost for centuries.
But they're so far away, and Fulrun goes, I don't think we should take the time to see them or even intervene with what they're doing, but I cannot wait to tell the people back home. And he's just feverishly writing and maybe even doing small sketches of what he sees in these like giant slow moving creatures in the horizon. And as you get closer to Mirkwood almost appears to be growing as you kind of get up onto its borders. And as you approach, there is a small kind of rock path that kind of leads into Mirkwood. It's probably rebuilt from the elves. So it's not old, but it does look worn and kind of cracked. And as you guys are standing on the border of Mirkwood, the shadows almost reach out from its canopies to you. And before you enter, you hear the sound of wings just clacking into each other and flapping until you look above and a swarm of bats fly out of the trees above you, kind of take a giant horseshoe shape as they go right back into the woods. And I believe that's where we're going to take our short break. Everyone can use the bathroom.
Cool.
Everyone get a water. We'll throw up the intermission and mute ourselves. I hope everyone's having a good time and ready to get to our goal in this last, hopefully, hour-ish of play. So let's come back in like 10-ish minutes.
Sounds great.
Wonderful.
Awesome.
Yes.
And we are back from break. Bladders lighter, snacks refilled. Hopefully everyone's ready to get back into it. When we left off just 10 minutes ago, we were outside of the border of Mirkwood. Bats flown overhead and back into the trees. The darkness of the canopies resides. The sun almost doesn't break anywhere. You can see just the small speckles of light hitting the ground. But you can see that it goes through kind of this opening in the forest is this stone walkway that's fairly worn and cracked, but you can see that it just reaches in until the darkness cuts off visibility. As you approach, you feel all of the horses start to rear up and buck, and you know that it will be impossible to get them to come through. What would you guys like to do?
I smile a little bit. I'm gonna dub this place Smirkwood.
Is there?
I'll dismount. I'm gonna hop off the horse and I'll knock my bow just so that I'm ready, but I'm gonna walk beside.
Is there a way? Okay, so like in Lord of the Rings, when they had to send Bill the pony back when they were going to go into the mines, could we just be like, "Hey, buddy, go back to the farm"?
Just give it like a good smack on the rear and be like, "Go home."
No, I can cast like speak with animals and be like, "You guys can go back home now" or whatever. Like find somewhere nice to graze.
Yeah, I think that makes total sense.
Okay.
Is everyone cool with the horses leaving?
Yeah.
If they can't go in there,
Yeah. So you guys watch Paladin as she. What are we playing, Paladin? He.
Paladin. Raccoon is a girl.
Paladin.
Just to make it more confusing.
I'll catch up by the end of the game. So Paladin walks horse by horse, and you see as they kind of just slowly start to trot away back to where you guys bought them from. What I would say too is like as you guys stand here, you guys are aware that Mirkwood was once a dark, evil place. But it's said to have been returned back to a more friendly or more general forest, and that the Sylvan Elves have come through and started to repair a lot of the evil that was done. So there's like, even though it's dark and that the sun barely breaks through, it's just like a normal dense forest. It's not like, I guess, what Mirkwood was once.
It's not like literally evil forest vibe. It just is very dense forest.
Yeah. And I would say also, as far as you guys all know, like there's no outpost around here, but you would assume that this is like a well-traveled area now, that the Sylvan Elves have retaken, what's the whole campaign's name? Amon Lanc.
That place.
Yeah, that they retook Amon Lanc, and that this is now just like a normal place where elves and humans and everyone can live. So your horses are away. I would say that Fulrind, looking in, does appear a little bit more worried. Fulrind probably has never seen any sort of forest before. He's lived near the shore his entire life. So as he kind of walks up, he goes, "Does anyone have a torch?"
Instead, I'm going to walk over to him, my hands kind of out, and I'll say, "May I?"
Yeah, and he looks at you and goes like, "What?"
And I'll take that as sort of a yes. And I'll just place... Now, let's see if I can do this for sure before I start making promises. And then I can't...
It's like an only self-spell.
Yeah. That's my big fear here. I should have done this before I started to do this, but sometimes you just talk.
No, it's a good idea.
Willing creature, yes. So I'll reach out and kind of like touch his temples, and then his eyes will sort of flash that wraith white, and then sort of settle back, maybe a little bit brighter than usual, and I'll cast dark vision on him.
Okay.
So for the next 8 hours, he has dark vision, and then I'll also cast it on myself.
Yeah, as you do that, he goes, what is happening? Are you turning me into one of them?"
No, I'm merely allowing you to see into the darkness.
Beautiful, right?
I would assume dwarves have
Yes.
dark vision, correct?
Yeah.
Do halflings?
I don't, but Marigold does. So can I please do a raccoon Cooney and just have her guide me?
Yeah, like a
I
little
would- I would
sing-eyed
offer-
raccoon.
I would offer to you as well
Raccoon-coony.
if you want.
Okay, yeah,
I
definitely.
can give you. This I feel like is a little bit more familiar. You're a little bit more used to me.
Yeah.
And what I do. So yeah, I'll just gently kind of like take your head in my hands, and then your eyes will flash again.
Yes.
But with me and you, it's a little less stilted
Yeah.
and creepy.
No, I'm genuinely like, yes, my friend.
And I'll pat Marigold as well.
Yes.
Not with any spell, just for fun.
She's
So
cute.
as you guys begin to walk in, the trees almost envelop around themselves. This is not like a North American forest. The trees are ancient, and their roots come breaking through the ground and kind of overlap each other. And there is just kind of this thin pathway that the elves have laid through the trees that kind of winds around. And you guys know that it's only 2 to 3 miles until you get to Amon Lanc. But who's our scout?
Me.
Cool. Can you give me an intelligence check?
I sure can. With a plum. 10.
So you guys are walking, and it feels almost like it's been ages. And as you like reach into your food bags and your rations, you realize that not only is one ration gone, but almost 4 days worth of rations are
Great.
gone. And that you've been walking for days at this point. And you all are feeling the exhaustion of walking without rest. And as you guys are kind of walking through these woods, you look over and you see a ghastly figure just kind of walking around a natural spring in the ground.
I will don my cloak, pull the cloak over my head, pull the hood over my head, and I will make my way over to examine.
Yeah, so like real sneakily in the woods, and I don't think he was even aware that anyone was here, period. So you get really close. I won't even make a stealth check. And what you see is a ghost of an elf, skin tight around the bones, looking almost ancient. You've probably never seen an elf that looked this aged before. He's carrying a axe that's handle looks as a tree, and near the head of the axe, the tree becomes roots and kind of envelops around the head. The axe also being of this ghastly mist form. And you see him just kind of slowly walking around the area around this spring.
Do I perceive that he would be a friendly to me, or do I perceive that he would do me harm? Can I do an insight check?
Yeah, give me an insight check.
Oh, that's not going to be great.
I think I would like turn to Athilde and be like, "Do you think you could talk to him?"
9.
I probably could, but I don't know what good it would do.
I think with a 9, you would realize that the axe is not a weapon, but more of a tree axe. And that the elf, the clothing of the elf would resemble those that you would expect from Sylvans.
I would wave Athilde over, because if I don't feel like there's a threat, I would wave her over.
I would give Grace a thumbs up of like, good thinking.
Ghost to
I
ghost.
will- Yeah. I will make my way over, and I did roll a 24 stealth.
Perfect. You're stealthed. Oh, full stealth. What do you guys want to do now that you're full stealth next within, let's say, like 20 feet of this ghost?
I can offer to either... I'll say this to Grace. I can offer to either speak to it in this plane or its own. Just know that going into its own might bring additional eyes.
There's nothing I can do to this here. And so if you sense a threat addressing it in this plane, then maybe it would benefit us for you to shift into the other plane to be able to do some sort of actual damage.
Sure.
But let's try here so that we can all be of assistance in the first step.
Could be friendly.
Right.
So I will, kind of interpreting that best I can, I will...
I feel like Gray's was pretty clear.
Yeah, but I feel like that's
cool.
combative.
If it gets combative, then I think you need to go into another
For
plane where
sure.
we can do something. But
I have
up
a very
until the
limited
point,
time in that space, but I can certainly try.
I have no idea how any of that works.
That's fair. I will sort of come out of
Can
my
I cast-
hiding spot. Oh,
I'm gonna cast guidance on you before you
thank
do
you.
this, so you've got a D4 to add to any check.
great, because I am not a charismatic individual.
Good.
I will come out,
Nor I.
and at least
only
I
do
have
it
the
one
benefit
person at
of
a
being
time.
half dead.
What's
Almost
your
as
excuse,
white.
Yeah,
Grace?
what's your excuse? Your personality is just half dead.
If you've seen the things I've seen.
I feel like Gray's entire personality is one does not simply walk into Mordor.
I will sort of walk out to this creature and sort of bring my hood down. Because I don't really necessarily know if it's full wraith or if it's something else. But I'll just sort of go and try to meet it at a middle ground and just sort of approach and just say, "Hail, friend."
Yeah, and as he hears that voice, you see him kind of like put out his hand and goes, "Who's there? Who's there?"
I'm Ithildi of Gondor.
And he quickly like turns towards you as he hears your voice. He's Gondor in these woods. Where are you headed?
We seek something that we believe is here. A relic of a bygone time. Have you seen anything strange moving here?
Yeah. And he goes, "My name is Pedradir." And he goes, "I've been searching for my home for what feels like months."
Oh.
And where's your home?
The great kingdom of Amon Lanc, the home we retook.
I don't want to be like, what a coinky dink.
I mean, really.
What are the odds? I will just sort of say, that is where we are headed. You've lost the path.
He goes, "Yes, I've been walking what feels like circles for who knows how many days."
I'm
Now
gonna
that I'm-
look. I'm gonna look around and just try to take in any sort of visual. If somebody may be listening in, or some like a branch snapping or a leaf rustling or something.
Sure, give me a perception check. That sounds cool.
I rolled a natural 1.
I think you need to get different dice.
You barely see the leaves
Yeah.
in front of you.
Shit, where am
Dark vision stops working.
You're just stuck in your own backstory of thinking about all that you've seen.
The monologue in your head is so distracting.
For some reason, you just hear Kate Blanchett, and she's just talking about your past. Now that I'm a little bit closer to this Pedradir?
Pedradir?
Can I see, does he look like he is fully gone? Does he look like he is in another plane?
I don't think another plane. He definitely looks like, even if you've never seen a ghost, like the
Okay.
stories of ghosts, you would 100% understand.
Very much so.
And I would say your time in Wraith space, I don't know what you would call that.
I love that.
There's nothing about him that feels of that.
Okay. Well, that's good. That's good.
I'm gonna
Kinda
whisper to
sensing-
whoever's near us. I think they're like the dead men that Aragorn summoned.
Yeah, and Gary crosses his arms and he goes, "Aye."
And I'll just sort of say, going to reach out to him, but knowing that I wouldn't really be able to make contact likely, I'll just say, I'm sorry, friend, but I do think your time for home is gone. But that's not always bad.
Yeah, and
Not
he,
every
he
ending
almost
is-
interrupts you. He goes, "No, that's ridiculous. We spent decades trying to get our home back." And as he like kind of throws you out of his space, he starts to feel around and starts to, like touch a tree, and then he just starts walking back into the forest. He's like, "I'm gonna find my home."
Okay. Maybe we don't follow that guy. I'm not the best.
He seems lost.
He seems like he's not sure where he's going. I'll just
But
sort
do
of
we-
turn back to the group.
Say we don't go the way he's headed.
We aren't following him, but could he follow us? If we get him on our side, could he be an ally? He does not seem to be a threat to us, but could be an ally if we can lead him to where he's going.
I mean, do we know where we're going?
You're the guide.
Gary lies down in the forest and just like, "Oh, I'm the guide."
I will quick shout to Pedro Dare. I don't know if he'll still hear me, but I will say, if you do want to come home, you may follow us. And I won't do more, but I'll just sort of put it out there and then start walking back to my group.
Yeah, and I'll yell like, "I'm the guide."
Yeah, and you hear as Pedrier like starts to disappear back into the forest, he goes, "Follow a dwarf to Amon Lanc," and just kind of starts to dissipate into the
All right.
into the fog of Mirkwood.
Gary shrugs. He's like, "Eh." And then tries to find the path to go forward. so we
Give me
don't get
a
lost.
survival or a perception check.
Can I do something cool?
Yeah.
Well,
Please.
can I look
Absolutely
for
not.
Can I look for a bird or a fly? Like you said, they're bats as well. Something that can fly, and if I can find a way to touch it, then I can do beast bond and try and look around and see if we can find the path like that way.
Sure. I don't know how you would touch a bird. Is that
Well-
fair? I'm not sure how this works.
I'm trying to think of like I guess like I could have like seeds or something and like sit and wait for one to come.
All right. Why don't you give me? Is animal handling a check on our skill sheets?
It is. It is.
Cool. Let's do an animal handling check just to see if you can touch a bird.
Can I get advantage with help from Marigold?
Do you think a raccoon could help you touch a bird?
Yes.
I think a raccoon's like
She's
a
gonna give me advice.
Isn't a raccoon like a natural enemy of birds?
Okay, that's a good point.
I am all for this. I think we just have to figure out how to get you there.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna like put out like bird food and
Okay.
like I have pretty good animal handling, so let's see how this goes.
I could shoot one down. I'm pretty good. I could just take
not
out
bad
its
at
wing.
All, not bad at all. I can do math. 21. 21.
Perfect. So you put out your seed, and it might take some time of you guys kind of
Yeah.
standing away from it.
And
but
I'm like, shh, it works. Trust me.
Eventually, a single raven kind of swoops down, lands, and starts pecking at the loose seed on the ground.
Do we feel like there is... I don't have to use my voice right now. Do we feel like there is... that the time is moving just as quickly when we're not moving as when we were walking?
Oh, good question.
I don't think you have any understanding how time has moved at all.
Okay. But have we
it-
gone through more rations, and are we like...
No.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. No.
So as far as if I'm trying to deduce this, I say to my party, it seems as though if we're not moving, the time maybe doesn't move as quickly.
Would you like to give me a insight check?
I would love nothing more. And that would be
Do we know the history of like Mirkwood making people forget?
12.
You do now, for sure.
Yeah, with that guy.
I think you realize that it's not so much time passing, but you forgetting.
Oh,
You forget
shoot.
where you've been. You forget what you've eaten. You forget if you've rested. It like you, if you think back, you remember, like going for your ration bag, seeing a ghost, being here, and you're like, well, what did we do before that? And it's just like a fog.
I look to Foldrin. Is his name right?
Yeah, full red.
Fullrud.
Yeah, something like that. Whatever you said was good. It's been
And I asked-
3 weeks together or 2 weeks
I
together.
keep
I
calling
ask
it
him-
backwards.
I ask him to scribe. Like as things are actively happening, I ask him to start taking notes.
Yeah, and you turn to tell him, and you already see him looking up, just writing, being like, "What the heck?"
That's
Okay.
all.
Yeah,
As
just
you were with
going
your words.
quick. I think we had.
So can I touch the raven and see what it sees?
Oh yes. So you send the bird up through the canopy, and you get a general direction of where the mountain breaks through the trees. But as you come back down, like the path doesn't make sense to that direction. You kind of understand it's like northeast of you.
Even to the bird's understanding, it's this weird.
It goes straight up, leaves the Mirkwood bounds into the air,
Yeah.
sees the mountain, and as it comes back down, all the confusion comes back.
Okay, got it.
Does that make sense?
Yes, perfect. Makes perfect sense. Okay.
We had Gary doing a perception check, I think, or something.
So yeah, survival.
Survival.
And I rolled a 22.
Nice.
That is a good, solid roll.
Yeah.
So I think like as you guys
Yay!
are sitting, as the ghost leaves and you do the bird and it's you kind of understand you're like kind of that way and you tell Gary and Gary starts walking out in that direction. Gary sees what he can only describe as like a glowing white deer in the distance, and you don't know what that thing is, but you're like, I feel like we need to go towards that. Everyone.
Agreed?
yeah.
I am leery of this because last time I followed something like this, not this exactly, but I followed something like this that I felt a draw toward. I lost my best friend.
I'm cheery of this, and I think we should go follow the deer.
You're cheery and I'm leery. what a great pair we are. Okay, but I'm knocking my arrow.
We're sleepy and dopey.
I'm essentially walking like
Sleepy and spooky, maybe.
kind of half.
As a dwarf, I
Hungry.
That's appropriation, people. That is not okay. Yeah, so I'm knocking my arrow, but I'm not fully cocked back. I'm just kind of walking like half cocked.
Ready to go.
Yeah.
And as you guys approach the deer, you never see it move, but it never gets closer. And as you keep pursuing it, not 1 mile further, so maybe 20 minutes of just walking through the woods, you come up to a stone archway, and as you look through it, you can see stairs climbing the mountain where Amon Lanc is supposed to reside. And the deer kind of just disappears as you find that archway.
That's cool.
Do you proceed?
Yes.
Proceed.
Aye, the guide says we go.
Is the guide out front?
So as you guys approach the stone archway, the elven craft of it is beautiful. It is carved with like branches and trees, and the images of that deer kind of residing within each stone face. And as you climb the stairs, they look almost brand new. Very different than the stone path through Mirkwood. But as you continuously climb, maybe you get 100 feet, a few of those like kickback stairs, like you're going up and you have to turn directly around as you kind of keep climbing, you see one dead elf kind of hanging off the stairs. Not ghastly, just corpsey.
Full cocked.
But it looks identical in many ways to the ghastly elf you saw. Kind of super elderly looking with skin tight to the bone. And kind of
Can
just
we tell
arms.
how long they've been there?
Oh, you want to give me whatever role you think that check would be?
Animal handling.
Medicine check.
Can you give me a corpse
Like
check?
medicine survives.
Yeah, medicine check. Let's
Yeah, medicine
see.
sounds great.
Oh, I roll a 6. So
6.
I
think
maybe
you
go to
know
lift
enough
an
that like
appendage and it snaps off because it's like so decrepit. I don't know.
yeah, if you pick it up, it does. It there feels like rigor mortis, where it's like you're almost breaking through whatever rigor mortis does.
Oh yeah, I snap a finger off and I go, whoa, and I try to put it back on.
This is what 5 designers pretending like they're pre-med students is.
I go through what I assume is his brain to get to his ankle.
Where's the femur? Yeah, you can't tell how long he's been dead, but he's clearly dead, and not recently, not like within the last day.
Are there any signs, like either like visible injuries, like a sword
like-
sticking out of his back, or he's missing his head,
Cause
or
of
something like
death.
that? Yeah.
No, almost nothing. He just
Okay.
looks like an elderly elf,
Like he
skin
died
gaunt
of exhaustion, like
and just draped
looking-
over.
Yeah.
Just old age.
Can I just, as I sort of go by him, if we are moving on, just kneel down and say, like, it's, like, again, endings aren't always a bad thing. And then just sort of touch his shoulder and then carry on.
Yeah, I think I'd lean into Ithilde and be like, and apologize for the finger.
And that, too.
So as you kind of do the last rites of this elf, and you continue to climb the stairs, what you start to see is like scaffolding, where they're repairing Amon Lanc, which had been taken over by the evil, I guess, necromancer, which I think was Sauron. I don't know. I was trying to figure that out.
Or Saruman.
And then, so you're climbing these stairs, and one elf turns into 2, turns into 3, and you just start seeing many. And Full Red is like, this is not supposed to be what we were coming to see. And he goes, what do you guys think happened? Like, this doesn't make any sense.
Do you think there was a battle?
And he
It
goes,
looks
but
like it wasn't a battle. It looks like it was just a slaughter.
yeah, Full Red goes, well, where would the enemy be? Like, if it was a
Yeah, what
battle,
did
there
they
should be
die
more
of?
than elves.
This is
Unless
when
they
I
were
would
fighting each other?
This is when I would look to. What's your character's name, Beth?
Ithilde.
Ithilde, thank you. I would look to Ithilde and almost just nod at her as if to say, like, I feel like you know what I would want you to do here.
And as we're sort of making eye contact, my eyes again flare that white, and my face this time even goes more sunken. My eyes draw in, my cheeks hollow out, and you can almost see the ghosts of bone beneath as I am going to use my primeval awareness to see if there are any wraith around.
Oh, good call.
As you go into that kind of realm, that black shadow you had seen that was so far away last time is now almost completely enveloping you. And not only does it make seeing anything almost impossible as the darkness kind of presses in, but there's a scream that is just ripping through your head. Almost feels as if it's in your head, like tearing things apart, making it almost impossible to stay within.
And while that's happening, I'm sort of not in my body, but as it's happening, I'll just sort of, from my mouth, just say, like, in a kind of creepy, wraithy voice, like, it's here. Before, like, coming back.
The hair stands up on the back of my neck.
Yeah. Ugh.
Do I roll for neck hair?
Goosebumps throw.
I immediately start looking around for any evidence of anything.
Yeah, I'm not even going to do perception checks at this point. Like, you look up and you see the fortress start to reach into the sky right above you. I mean, you're probably only a couple floors of stairs away from it. And through its like broken spires, you see like a group of bats fly in and out. And then in some other corners, like a fog seeping over the edge of a ledge and pouring down back into the woods.
Is there like a gate, and is it open or closed?
You see, like, again, like just a few floors away, just a single doorway that looks open.
Ah.
I have a very quick mechanic question.
Let's hear it.
It's twofold. The first fold being, because we've gone through 4 days of rations, have our spells re-upped? Like, have we technically been taking rests? Or...
I would say probably not been taking full rests.
Okay.
But you have not casted spells.
I cast Dark
Yeah, she
Vision
cast
on
the
the
Dark
3 of us,
Vision,
and it's only
yeah.
8 hours. So that was
Okay.
the other fold, was, do we still have Dark Vision?
No, I would just say like eventually your eyes kind of get accustomed to being in the dark. It's not complete dark, right?
Okay.
It's not like a mine.
So
And
I
if we
haven't,
need to,
I haven't gotten my spells back then, so I'm still out those spells, but we
Yes.
have not. Okay.
Okay.
I do still have my gem of brightness that if we need to cast some light on this situation, I can use it.
Well,
If we-
my answer will be twofold. So, like in the forest, I think you would start seeing almost a dim light after days, right? Because your eyes would have just started getting accustomed. But now you've broken through the canopy of Mirkwood, climbing this mountain. So now you can see the top of the trees below you. So your heads all start to clear up. You're starting to remember things of your journey that you didn't previously remember, like the days walking literally in just like medium circles, just in as you kept taking right turns. And you are now under like the bright full moonlight, kind of just it's definitely not day, like bright, but it's lit enough that you can like see the stones, you can walk, you wouldn't need the gem. You could use it if you want bright light, but the moon is lighting your path enough.
Oh, we're gonna use it to blind some things.
I feel like it might do extra damage to these. It's meanie. Before we go in there, I want to give everybody one of my cook's treats, which will give you 3 temporary hit points.
Nice.
Nobody
And I
should
just-
fight on an empty stomach.
And does Fulren still want to go in?
Full Red is like so confused.
Okay.
He's been writing things down, and he goes, "I don't understand how this could have happened. Like, nothing should have been able to take back their fortress." And he's like, "What do we do? Like, do we see? Did
We
you
move
see?"
forward.
And Full Red, I think, having spent so many days with you, is like, okay, and starts maybe himself preparing for battle a little bit. Like he takes out his bandages and starts to like get them a little bit more prepared in the only way he knows how to contribute.
And would he know? So we think that the crown is kept here, right? Is that right?
Yes.
So would
Yes.
he have a
Yeah,
sense
okay.
of where it's probably kept in this fortress, like to give us a direction of
No, he's never
if
been
this
here.
is the source or if this is something to protect? Okay.
I
No,
think
and
the
he doesn't even
scary
know if it's
question-
here, right? It's like a very much like a. I saw that there were things leading it here.
I think the
Okay.
scary question to ask is, does the Witch King, is he also looking for the crown?
I think whatever it is that is here already knows. This force feels like it's been here waiting.
So we find it on our terms.
My question is,
Throw into it.
are we going to go in now? I have expended myself a little.
do we get the sense that it's drawing us in, or do we get the sense that we are on our own terms?
I think you are 100% on your own terms,
Great.
but also not hidden. Ithilde went into the wraith space, was seen, so it's not like your presence, at least one of your presences, isn't unknown. It is very
so
known.
they know we're there. Okay. All right. That's kind of what I was trying to decide.
Regrettably, like calls to like.
Yeah.
Well, it's also like the only other thing in there, I think. So it's like, who the fuck are you?
The Spider-Man meme.
Yeah, I just don't know. I'm ready to go in, but I also haven't expended any of my
I mean, it's not the
valuables.
end of the world. I have other abilities that do not necessarily rely on my magical
Give you back
talents.
health, just not spells.
Yeah. I mean-
or if we do
Do
try
we
to
get a short rest?
That's
Is
what
there
I was
anything
gonna
like
say.
that for? I don't know if we get spells back on a short rest though.
No, but if we wanted to try to take a rest, for those of us who might not need much of a rest, like I could stay watch over that while people took a short rest, or while people took a long rest, like into the evening kind of thing.
Not to be like the rules monger. A long rest is about 6 hours, I believe, 6 to 8 hours in D&D, which means you guys would be suggesting that you're going to sit outside of this fortress for 6 to 8 hours on a staircase
like,
above Mirkwood.
We're just chilling, man.
Just wanted to put out there exactly like what is occurring.
Yeah.
Chilling on the stoop, waiting.
Yeah, just like in
you could
Grace
definitely do it.
knows what he suggested.
she's tired, but at the end of the day, it's not gonna kill me. Like a lot of like
No,
meta,
Will is.
a lot of my abilities that
Not
are
today, evidently.
second levels aren't as important.
Okay.
Mostly just flavor stuff.
Well, let's
so
do it.
Not a huge deal.
Let's do this.
So as you guys ascend the staircases, getting closer to that like lone door, you hear a voice that feels like it's almost coming from all directions. A female voice saying, "The necromancer will rule over this fortress once again," and kind of echoes through. And as you get closer, you even hear like small footsteps as they kind of just like step through this kind of ruined castle. And I guess like let's roll initiative before we get into combat, just so we have it going in case it
Okay.
begins. We don't have to break anything, which means I will bring up our map and boop. You guys can drop in.
Oh boy.
Is it good this time?
I'm assuming Full Red would have explained kind of like the political hierarchy or the political structure of Amon Lanc. Like, we would know that it's probably ruled by a queen.
Or king, like a king
Or
and
a
queen
king,
elf.
okay.
Yeah, it should have been both. Should have been many, not just soldiers, but also civilians. There should have been loads of elvish like construction workers rebuilding the structure and rebuilding forges and stuff. It should have just been like any other city being built. And what you're finding is a city that looks to have been recently destroyed.
Right. Okay.
Creepy.
Okay, I'm almost done. Sorry.
I thought all of those monsters rolled a 26.
No. Sorry. I just need to
They're really
copy.
good, man.
We're in danger.
Oh boy,
You're
guys.
just fast.
This is how Will gets back at us.
F you guys. I finally rode my 20s. Okay.
I'm not leaving the raccoon this
I
time.
need to try to figure out where is Paladin Took. Okay, Paladin Took goes higher, 21, 20.
Well, that one
You
is,
go between 16, 9, 7, 11 goes there. 8 15. Ithildis goes.
Oh my gosh, they almost all get to go in a row.
That's the
boy.
highest that Athilde has rolled, yeah?
Yeah, you guys rolled really good.
I think I got a
Yeah, this is my best
19
initiative
before.
roll.
Oh, you got a 19 for it.
Okay, and then we're gonna just put
But I
you
could be wrong.
guys on the board. Again, we're not in combat necessarily. You guys are here in the bottom corner. All right.
So this map is not
So we
showing.
need to turn the map
like, yeah, we should.
on. Gracias.
Here it
And
comes.
if we can move to the bottom.
He's got this.
There we go. It's happening.
Perfect.
I think if Gary is still acting as the I have to say it that way. As Gary is still trying to guide and lead the way, I think he would try to use the stone to try to kind of discern if there's anything else in this space outside of the source of that voice.
Can you remind me what the stone does?
Oh no, I'm just like using like primeval awareness.
Okay, cool.
I'm the one with
like-
the magic stone.
Cool.
Right. I just have a glowing axe.
I'm just lucky.
Which I'm trying to minimize, or like trying not to minimize. I just mean I'm not
No,
using
no,
that
no.
here.
I get it. I 100% get it.
So I don't think this is this in the mountain? This is in the mountains, right?
You are on a mountain for sure.
So that's my okay. So it's within 6 miles. To sense creatures within 6 miles of the area. If
is
I
it a creature type or is it just any
Great question.
creatures?
Great question.
Hey, we could just say it's evil creatures, and I can start counting for you.
Nice.
There is for sure a handful of evil entities that you can feel within 6 miles.
Okay.
Do you need? Do you get exact numbers? Do you get
Yeah, I'm
distances?
looking up.
I believe it is that you just know if there is some.
Yeah, it doesn't reveal creature's location or number specifically.
Right. So it can tell us if so the specific types of creatures.
Yeah, but what I'm more than comfortable saying is that like you've done this type of thing where you are sensing your enemies around you.
Right.
You have never sensed a presence like this before.
Okay.
So you don't. I would say you don't know if it's numbers. If you know if it's one entity that is causing this kind of oppression feeling. But this is totally new to you. What you've come across.
Okay. So I guess
So
I
we're
turn to the group and be like, "This is something new."
I don't
And-
like it, and I will cast my gem of brightness. It
So
looks
just
it looks
illuminate?
dark in here, right?
Yeah, so what I would say is like the color is fairly accurate. It's almost moonlit, where everything feels kind of grayscaled, almost just from the type of lighting. There are plenty of dark crevices behind rubble.
So I'm going to move to here.
Yeah, and you kind of leap over this like broken bridge onto the next platform, and as you enter, you can feel now, like even without this primal awareness, you can feel this almost weight that has landed on your shoulders.
Okay, so in this space at this point, then I will cast my gem of brightness at its first level. So it gives me 30 feet of bright white, and then 30 additional feet of dim.
Nice.
So big space.
Yeah.
So you can see a courtyard with a beautiful Sylvan elf statue who's now been beheaded. You can see many like small homes that have now been turned mostly to rubble, but you can see like the doorways and some of the windows. To your right, you can just see like the outline of a what looks like a large palace and or cathedral.
Okay. Then I'm just gonna start moving toward the statue. So because I wear this ring, I've got essentially a 30-foot ring of bright light around me. So
Yeah,
as
you are
I
a
move,
beacon.
right.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
as
we
I'm
can follow you.
moving, I'm
Yes.
illuminating all of the space around me. So we continue to see like a rolling 30 and 60 foot
Yeah. Yeah, until like walls still block light. So like when you see this
It
cathedral,
doesn't
seeing,
create X-ray, but if I go
Yeah.
here, then we should be able to get a pretty good sense of what's immediately around us.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you see about halfway into that cathedral, and then it gets back to dark. But from within, you hear a voice that kind of echoes through the walls. Be like, who dare return to Dol Guldur?
And I go, it's Gary!
Gary, no.
And then I turn back to Ithilde and be like,
Can I reach out to Gary, put my hand on his shoulder, and just say, please be wary, and I'm going to cast protection from evil and good on you.
and he's like, all right, I'll be wary and I'll be Gary. And then I start walking forward.
Ridiculous.
I love it so much.
My body's hot.
Oh, guess I.
So just so you know, Andrew,
Okay, yeah.
that creatures of the many types will probably, I'm assuming we're just going to say undead for now. You can't, they have disadvantage against attacking you. You can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them. And that's how that goes for now.
Great.
It's just giving you a little bit of a buff for now.
Yeah.
Now, do we see these things that are appearing, Will?
Yeah, I'm going to explain it real soon.
Okay.
But I figured you guys were having a good time. I could take some time to get this set up. Okay.
Well,
As,
Ready,
as
and that'll
the
be
film-
Getty.
as you guys are like,
Hey,
as you're talking at like fairly high volume, right? Like you're not being shy. There's a bright light kind of
Yeah, the beacon
filling
of
this
like
space.
90 feet of light. Yeah.
You see 4 swarms of bats start to come from this kind of west corridor, flying low, right? Like the other ones flew above your head. These are coming at like chest height. And I don't know how many is in a swarm, but it's a ton of bats. And then you see in front of you these 2, I guess you would suspect that they're humans, but they're white as snow with these long black robes and cloth hoods that cover like the majority of their face. And they start to step out, and the voice from inside just kind of turns into a cackle. Let's start combat. Grayson, which your name isn't Grayson, it's Grays.
It's Grace.
I
I
must
mean,
have
it's
put
it's still. I mean, it's Grace.
Nope, it's for sure. I don't even think you need a last name.
No, because that's the Z is from my last name.
The Z should be capitalized. No, I'm just kidding.
Let's see. I am going to. Gosh. I feel like I'm just gonna go for number 3. I'm just gonna knock and go for them. First one will be with sharpshooter. That was a bad choice. I'm gonna assume a 7 does not hit.
7 doesn't hit.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go for him again, not sharpshooter. Oh my gosh.
Can't hit them all. They are ghosts.
We don't know they're ghosts.
Actually, I would say you are for sure. You
Ghost-like.
for sure know they're not ghosts because they're not
Well,
transparent.
I guess, yeah.
Unless you're talking about like metal fans who do ghost face or corpse face, then yeah, they could be like that.
Does a 15 hit?
A 15 does hit.
Yes. Okay. So then 12 piercing damage.
Perfect.
And then I will. Oh gosh.
Paladin, get ready because you're up next.
Okay.
I feel like. Oh, this would just be table talking, so never mind. I'll step back. I'll step back over to this area, kind of into the rubble and crouch down into the rubble.
Okay. What
Pulling
does
my-
your you're still lit, correct?
I am still lit at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, so there is no like shadow idea. You're just kind of behind cover.
Yes, but because of my cloak, I can still get advantage on stealth if I pull it over because it blends into my surroundings because it's
Okay.
elven. So it's not just dark. There's
Okay.
two kind of sides of it. So
Okay.
I'm still illuminated so people can see the bats and things that are flying at them who don't have dark vision.
Yeah.
But I'm hidden back so that if I do want to try to do stealth or do some sort of sneak, I can still do that.
Okay. Paladin, what are we doing?
Quick question here. Are they like with this group of 4 that's like closest to us? Are like some of them the group of bats, and then the other are the like 2 people, or?
Yep. 4, 5, 6,
Okay.
7. Bat swarm coming down here. 2, 3 person. 1 is the voice you hear inside but haven't seen.
Okay. I would like to cast Magic Stone and just shoot twice into the group of bats, and then like hide behind the statue. And I'll just have Marigold give me advantage on one of those for this round as like a help action for
Sure.
her. Okay. Or wait, I can't because Magic Stone was the bonus action. So I'll still just do 2 attacks. Oh, they're the exact same roll. Amazing. Easy. 21 for both of those at the group of bats.
To hit?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you did it.
Okay, awesome.
You
So
did
that's
it
gonna-
with lots of extra numbers.
Awesome. Oh, nice. 9 plus 6 is 15 damage.
Cool. You're definitely like taking out bats, right? Like maybe each rock took out some bats, but the swarm still holds pretty strong.
Okay.
Oops.
Oh, and then can I just like kind of duck behind that statue and like for cover, like not
So which cover do you want? Do you want cover from
Like-
2 and 3 or cover from the swarm of bats?
I'm gonna go like right here.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So much above, kind of like at a second level of this cathedral, walks out the figure 1, so maybe 20 feet above you guys. And the only way I could kind of describe this figure, even in this, I guess she's pretty well lit because of the stone. It is the most beautiful woman you've ever seen. Like the softest, most porcelain skin with long hair, and has these kind of elven ears that extend far further than any elven ear you've ever seen, maybe 6 inches to each side. She's wearing this black leather armor that kind of crisscrosses over her chest. But what is off-putting is that rather than her having arms, she's got these 2 bat wings that protrude from each shoulder, and her legs are much beefier and clawed at the feet. And you hear Fullred just kind of stammering to himself, being like, that can't be real. That can't be real. And he continues to like shake around. He goes, I think that's Theron Gethwheel. And he yells that to you all. And I don't know, like, if anyone wants to give me like a history check, we're going back to the First Age. Bringing up things that Tolkien wrote one line about.
Oh, annoying. I got a 15.
Cool.
I got a 10.
10
I have a
won't do
plus
it for
8
sure.
to history. That's very annoying.
Anyone beat a
Plus one.
15?
I guess I'll roll. History check, you said?
Yeah.
I got a 19.
Sorry, Paladin.
I know, it's just literally annoying.
I will say the Paladin probably remembers, like, at least hearing this name related to Sauron. Grays, you know that early in Sauron's existence, Theron Gethfield was a messenger for Sauron and often brought doom wherever she went. Oh, and she's a vampire.
That bitch.
Yeah, and you could tell the bat facade. So she steps out and flies down to the closest person
Oh,
here.
great.
And like has to bend over because she's very tall.
Yeah.
And she's going to take a bite attack.
Oh, that's good because then at least she'll turn into a vampire too.
Yeah.
Oh, little
It'll be
vampire
great. I'll be the
halfling.
cutest little vampire ever.
Does 23 hit?
Yeah, that definitely hits.
8 damage.
Okay.
And you watch as she sucks your blood out, and you guys can see like almost a warmth going like from her jaws down her neck. Then who's next?
That's
Ethilde.
me.
And then Gary,
Seeing-
you're up next.
Seeing this creature attack sweet pal, I will again sort of, this is just flavor, but just sort of going a little bit wraith myself in this place of evil where I can feel it sort of simmering. I'm going to send out this energy towards this creature, and it matches this vampire's kind of vibe. It is sort of that wraithy look, but I am going to mark her with my planar warrior ability.
Cool. Can I pause you for 1 second? I forgot one very important note. The most important note of the whole campaign. I forgot it. Upon her head is the crown of Angmar. Reaching black iron, reaching kind of like from her eyes up through and leaving these like black metal spires above. Okay, you can continue. Just
Very
really important
cool.
note that I totally forgot.
Yep, checks right out.
Yeah,
Does it look like that?
I love it.
Does it look like that symbol that's on the side of our...
Yeah, so that's I guess from what online told me, that's the Witch King's symbol, and it represents
Oh,
the
very
crown.
cool.
That's the crown. Okay. All right.
So I'm going to mark her, and I'm going to attempt to shoot her.
Yeah, she
as one
hisses at
does.
you.
Checks out. And this will be trying with my sharpshooter. Come on. Get up. Oh no, very bad for the first one. Very bad. Yeah, it's like a 13. So I'm gonna use my second attack. We'll try again. Oh, that is so much better. That's a natural 17 plus. Is she undead?
Ooh.
Yeah, vampire sounds super undead.
Cool. So my bow, as I am shooting this, my bow sort of takes on an otherworldly glow as well, but as opposed to my ominous glow, it's almost like it's catching and reflecting the moonlight and starlight, and that then like it kind of goes through the tops of the bow into the string, and then through the string the arrow itself begins to glow with both the moonlight and the wraith light as I shoot it towards her for a 17 plus 12 minus 5. Did I say that already?
29 minus 5 is 24.
That
You
many.
hit. Yeah, you hit.
Cool. Okay. So it's 2d8. 6. 5. So that is 11 plus 7
Plus 10.
plus 10.
Good hit. 28.
Oh my god.
Is that your
And
turn?
that is what she. Well, no. Indeed, I am going to back up. I have a very good range, so I'm gonna back up like my 35 feet.
Yeah, that's good.
That,
away.
that checks out.
Yep. Yep.
All right, Gary.
Okay. So I think Gary drawing his hammer and that small glowing axe. I think as he's moving towards the bats to attack, he will kind of just like clock the this like vampire and I mean essentially try to do like a hunter's sense. So he's just gonna try to like sense and just kind of like zone in, maybe using the stone underneath both of them to understand. Essentially, I find out like weaknesses, immunities, or resistances for this creature.
Oh shoot! I forgot the extra D4 damage for radiant. Another
How
three. Another 3
23
points of
wins.
damage. So that brings it to 31 points.
Got
total.
you. Okay, so you need to know its immunities.
Yeah, I use my main action to like find out.
It is immune to charm.
Okay. And if it has any resistances or weaknesses.
Nope.
Okay. Then.
Oh, sorry. I don't think that
Garlic.
is included. You're good. So
Running water.
The only thing that would
I do
be in
have
there would be
cook's
the charm.
utensils.
Okay. So I think I yell to the rest of the group, I don't think she's a talker, and go and swing my axe at at one of the bats as like my offhand.
Cool. Do you mind if I move
Gary the
you?
diplomat.
Oh yes, yeah, that's great, thank you. Will a 12 hit the bats?
Just hits. You watch as
Okay.
your hammer just barely starts breaking wings as it's like going through the cloud.
Oh, this is offhand, so this is like with my little axe. So just like little,
Yeah.
I slice one.
Slicing wings off.
I slice one. Oh, I really do just slice one for 5 points of damage.
Okay, that first swarm just has a couple small bats left.
Okay, and that's it for me. That's all I can do.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 16. So my 2 and 3 both step out kind of at the same time, almost working in sync, not the band.
But we're gonna make them go
And-
bye bye bye.
Oh man.
Yep, I'm just gonna keep
welcome, you're
moving.
welcome,
We're
I'm
just
here all
moving
night.
on. You're not gonna take this from me.
We will
Yeah, I
get to
think this
attack.
one is pretty rad. They're both gonna raise up their hands at the same time, and reaching out towards Gary and Paladin. 3 goes Paladin, 2 goes Gary. This green kind of sludgy mist comes from their hands and starts reaching out to you. And
Are these affected by my good and evil spell?
what does that do?
So against a certain type of creatures, aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead, they would have disadvantage on any attacks towards my good friend Gary.
Sounds like I can definitely give you disadvantage.
Yay.
Get it.
I want a shirt. I want a shirt that says it.
I will try to
for-
draw Gary at some point.
For Paladin, 19.
Holy shit.
Oh, this is a big boss.
Okay, well, fine. This is the
Big
bitches,
boss.
though. This is
Yeah,
the
you-
boss's bitches. Like,
You get it. What the? Where the F are my D8?
okay, I've got stuff.
Nope. There they are. 12.
Was it the
And
damage?
can you please make a Constitution saving throw of 15, please?
One hopes. God damn it. I got a 5.
No,
That's so bad.
One sec, I have to Google.
I had to do math.
You're poisoned. You have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. And I don't have written how long, so we'll just say until the end of your next turn.
Okay.
And did you?
Okay, I did
sorry,
write that.
you
I
roll
did
your
write it.
atta-
End of your next turn. Okay, and now I'm
okay,
rolling
okay.
2 at disadvantage for Gary. 20.
With the disadvantage, still.
I rolled a
hits.
13 and a 14.
brutal.
Okay.
And then I add, so 9. And then can you also please, oh wait,
I like whole.
yeah, I roll at disadvantage. It's not half damage, correct?
I
Yeah,
don't
it's
think
just
so.
disadvantage.
Okay, good. So then 9, and can you do a con saving throw, dwarf? Wait, dwarf can't be poisoned. I believe that is a dwarf. I think that is a dwarf trait.
It makes sense they would have like super good.
Yeah.
I'd like to change my race to dwarf for the remainder of the game.
Am I making
Everyone
that
has
up?
an advantage. You get an extra feet.
Yeah, I don't see anything. Maybe because I don't
It's
see
called
anything about.
dwarven resistance.
Yeah, I don't see anything for being a mountain dwarf, but I'll.
If it's
I'll
on
look that
D
up.
and D Beyond, that goes under like features and traits. I think. There's like a racial traits.
All right,
one.
we'll keep going. You let me
That's
know.
okay. But I did roll
Okay.
a 16, so I think I
Then you're good
saved
no
either
matter what.
way. Yeah.
Okay, so then whose turn is it? Oh, it's
And
just like all of my bats.
How much was the damage on that one towards?
I think it was 9.
Okay, thank you.
I think. All these bats are just going to come up on top of you now, and they're going to start spinning around. You're like in a cloud of bats.
Are these undead bats?
No. These are quite literally the only. Well, no. I guess the only dead thing is the vampire.
No.
Thanks, Mikey. Dead.
Sorry,
okay.
Gary.
Does 16 hit you?
Just.
Okay. Okay, so that's 3 hits. Oh, I don't want to do this math.
That's what calculators are for. I already had to bust one out.
Okay, so you ready? 2, and
Yep.
then 4,
Okay.
8, and then 2.
2, 4.
I was like,
8,
are you
and
just going
2?
to keep multiplying
Yes.
it? Damn it, Will.
No, I just have to roll a d4 twice per bat swarm.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so 2, 4, 8, and 2 total damage.
I believe so. Yes, that sounds exactly right. So is that,
So 16.
16
Yes.
points of damage.
Okay.
which I mean, you're doing a good damage sponge.
What? How much health do you have left, Gary?
How bad is Gary looking?
Oh, he's doing all right. He's over half.
All right, Grays and then Paladin.
All right, I will for my bonus action. I will use my gem of brightness at its second level and just whisper, acrimony, and aim it to shoot the beam directly at the eye of our vampiric hostess.
Did you just ask Thangithwheel for alimony?
It's been a rough year.
Some people just want a goth GF.
Oh
so
no, I'm
bad.
sorry. I'm sorry. This is level 2. It's not acrimony, it's animosity. That's the word that I say. I have
A words.
specific cue words. And then that shoots the beam of brilliant light, and she has to say a con save of 15.
Con, you say?
Yes.
I did 21.
Son of a gun. All right. Well, so and when I do that, the bright light, like the surrounding light, goes away. So,
Okay.
Now
So you
I
kind
will
of focus all that light energy into her,
It all focuses,
and
in-
she's able just to, like, with her bat wings, absorb it with almost no effect.
All right, then I will.
Cool.
I will attack. I will attack her. Let's do sharpshooter. Let's have at it. That would be 14.
Just misses.
All right, I'm gonna try it again.
Go big or go home, right?
That's less. It's less, so it doesn't even matter. I'm not even gonna tell you.
You just
Then
watch
I-
the wings as they just bounce off the arrows.
This is bad, y'all. This is bad. I will now under the cloak of just moonlight darkness. I will move over here. How can I? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is as far as I can go. Right?
You can
I
go 6 squares.
1.
You could go
2,
behind you, though.
3. Oh, in here?
Yeah.
Oh, then
that'd
I
be-
go invisible, everybody.
That'd be like
I'm
difficult
gone.
terrain, but you can still go 3 squares into it.
I am gone. They can't see me at all, suckers.
Okay, Paladin.
Okay. So, I would like to use my special dagger that I have, Guahir's Talon Dagger, to like swipe out at the vampire lady on top of me and like use the gust like while I'm swinging to push her away from me. So she has to make a strength saving throw or get pushed 5 feet away from me.
Oh, what do I have to roll? I'm sorry.
Strength saving throw.
13 plus 4, 17?
She stays. Damn it.
So you watch
Okay, but
as she like.
But I
you
still
watch
do
as,
get to hit her.
Yeah, for sure. Her
Yeah.
wings and cloak just like blow back as her claw feet grab into the ground beneath her.
Okay.
Standing ready for whatever attack comes her way.
Okay, so the attack for that dagger was the 23.
To hit?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you did it.
Okay, cool. Well, at least
Yeah,
get to
yeah.
do something on that. Okay. Oh, fuck. Rolled a 1 on my d4. So that would be 3 damage, and then I'd like to cast Ensnaring Strike, 2nd level, so that she will be restrained now that I hit her. So she needs to make another strength saving throw.
19.
Damn, she's good. Okay, yeah, she gets out of there.
Some would say she's legendary.
Well, yeah.
I wouldn't be caught dead saying something like that.
Paul Red is
and
like,
then-
I would.
Yeah, I think. Oh man, I missed the opportunity, but I think if. Well, no, I'll save it for later.
I don't know what it is, Cole, but I promise you it's gonna kill.
I am so ready.
No, I'll say it now because I don't know if it'll come up again. All I was gonna say was legendary.
That's the shirt.
That
Incredible.
for sure
Yes,
would have come
yes.
up later. Come on.
Yeah. That was amazing.
Paladin, are you done?
We'll
No,
get
so I
it.
have my second action, and I would like to just use my, I don't know how to pronounce this, Kegotham's ointment on myself for this one, because I have to touch them, and I don't think I can get to Gary fast enough.
Gotta be honest, that sounds gross. Eagle Thumbs ointment.
I think that's how you pronounce it.
Ugh.
Oh, great rolls. Okay, so 13 plus 2, 15 health back for me.
Nice. And that's great because she's gonna just attack you because you're right in front of her.
Can I? I can't run away, right? Like, or can
You
I get
can.
out my shield? Is the last thing I do?
Sure.
Okay.
Wait, why wouldn't your shield be out the whole time? You're using a dagger, right?
Yeah, I didn't say it before, so I was just
Sure.
trying to be fair.
You got it. You're good.
Okay.
So I'm gonna
Shield
do,
is a reaction anyway, right? Like she'd be able to pull it out as a reaction anyway, right?
It'd be maybe
Like
item usage. I don't know. Those weird.
I
those
used
always
the
been weird
like
to me.
the sling on the first round, so I don't know if that would have counted as 2 hands or whatever. So that was why.
It's okay. So I'm going to do 2 attacks, neither of which are extraordinarily vampiric, but just a kind of normal nib at 23.
23 to hit.
Yep.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
And then 15.
No, that one doesn't.
No,
It's the
sorry,
shield.
15 damage.
Oh, okay. Sorry. You're right. Damn it.
Damn it.
That was
She
very much
celebrated
better.
too soon.
The other one, I've got a dirty 20.
That'll do it. Jeez.
8. Not huge hits, not as big
What'd
as
you say? What was the
8.
last one? Okay,
8
sorry.
damage.
Got it.
And then who's after? It's
It's
Ifildi and
gonna
then
be
Gary.
me. Okay.
Continuing our boy band theme.
Guess what I'm gonna do? I'm going to mark
with heels
her
like,
again.
stop it!
We need to just do better. That's the theme of
No
next
boys
round.
allowed. This is a girls' club.
And I'm going to, so again, the Wraith light kind of surrounds her as I'm going to mark her and attempt to shoot her twice with not Hunter's Mark, with Sharpshooter.
And she's like, I live in Wraith space. I
Garbage.
love
The
it.
first one is garbage. It was a natural 2. The second one, however, is a natural 16 plus 13
That'll do it.
is minus 5, but yeah.
You're good.
So then that's 2d8 plus a d4
Killing it.
plus 10.
You'll be the second really
Garbage.
big hit.
Farts. 4. Oh, that's an
Garbage
8 at
farts.
least. 12. 22 points of damage.
Good hit.
And that's
Gary. Oh.
that's all she wrote.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I think seeing that, I'd be like, I'm doing okay over here too. and I start swinging at the bats. I think first I'll use that axe to swing at the one that I damaged before, and
I
roll a
like to
natural
imagine
one.
you're just a dwarven dervish right now. You're just spinning axes and hammers.
Yeah, like it's hibachi. Is that right? When you're like flipping food on like using the axe to like flip stuff around. Okay, so the first one with the axe misses, so I'll use my hammer.
Was it that bad?
It was. It really
Okay.
was. It was a
Yeah.
natural one.
I'm sorry.
So I think I cut off a toe.
No. You cut
Okay,
off the whole foot.
so second one is a 16.
Oh yeah, you got that
Okay.
back.
I'll roll that damage then first. So 7 points of damage.
Cool. You extinguish one bat swarm.
And then the other attack I rolled a 23.
Cool. That
So I'm
hits.
assuming that hits. And this time I rolled an 8 for damage.
Cool. Doing good. That means okay. My two gross people are going to try to do their. They're going to both kind of sleek up, whatever word.
Fuck.
So number 2 comes over to Gary and does just a bit of a chill, ghostly touch.
And this one rolls with disadvantage again, is that right?
Yeah.
Does it? Oh,
For
because
the
it's
evil.
Yeah, they're definitely evil. Oh, I only got a 3, which is a 10, so that misses. And the other one on
Take that.
Paladin. Wait. Paladin does not get disadvantage, correct?
No, sorry, pal.
Okay, well it's only 13. I'm assuming you're good.
Yeah, I have 16 right now.
Cool. And then 3 bats are gonna go for the attack on Gary. So first bat, 13,
That'll miss.
21,
That'll hit.
7,
That'll
and
miss.
then 21 again. So
That'll
2
hit.
hit, which little baby D4 dice. So 6 and 7.
Okay.
And then it goes straight to the top with Graze and then Paladin Took.
Bonus action. I'm gonna gem of brightness again to the vampire's eyeballs.
And I guess in hiding you would get advantage on this attack.
Yeah, suckers.
She's also in combat, so definitely advantage.
So I get double advantage.
No, sadly not. Sadly, that's
Okay.
not D&D.
Well, okay, but first she has to save a DC 15. That's
Okay.
that's the first one.
And it was a
Con save. Yeah.
Yes, 19.
Dang it. Okay. So she's not blind. But I did roll an 18 plus 25, 27. Does that hit?
Okay. 20. Oh, yes.
Did you
that-
sharpshooter or no?
Yes. Oh, yeah. So sharpshooter would be minus
22.
5, right?
Yeah,
So
you're good.
22. Yeah.
Yeah, you're
so
good.
then I will roll for. What a waste. 5. So 15 piercing.
Okay, that hits. That's
And then I
good.
Roll again to attack. That is a natural 20.
Yeah.
Woo! Finally.
So we crit,
Correct.
and we are happy about it.
Yes.
Some
yes,
of us.
yes.
So how are we doing? So how do we do?
I'm very
crit?
happy.
Does crit do like
Double,
maximum?
no, just double damage
Just
rolls.
double damage. All right. So then,
And not double damage total, like you rolled double your dice.
oh, I just roll a dice, another 8.
Whatever dice you would roll, you double
Okay.
the dice.
All right. So hang on. That's stupid.
Yeah. Get all the
So-
dice. I want to hear the click clacks.
I only get to roll 2 dice.
Damn it.
5, 9, 14, 34
Damage?
damage. Yep.
Nice.
Wait, hang on. Do I get to double the the sharpshooter advantage or no?
No, because that's not a die.
Okay, then it's 20. Then it would just be 26. It'd be 26 because I didn't add the +2. So yeah, it'd be 26.
Okay, looking not so great.
Nice. Yes, way to go.
Which guy
Get
was it?
wrecked.
That's the Our Lady,
They're in
Nice,
Grethiel.
nice.
Our Lady
Great.
Queen of
The night.
Drac.
Yes.
Great.
All right, Paladin, what are we doing?
What size creatures are 1 and 3?
Medium.
Great.
1, 3, 2, medium. I would assume Swarm of Bats is small. Yes. No.
I have a cool halfling.
It's a
thing
medium
where-
swarm of tiny beasts.
I have a cool halfling thing where I can move through the space of a creature that is larger than me, half a size larger than me, so I could do that. Just
Yes.
making sure that's an option.
You would still
Okay.
get opportunity attack though.
Yes. I'm thinking. Just think it's better than like sitting here and taking both attacks for sure. Okay. So.
I
Not
was
doing-
hey Will, I was wrong. It's 24, not 26. So she has 2 points back. I was doubling the 2, but you
I
don't
appreciate
double it.
your honesty.
Okay.
I don't want there to
sorry.
be an asterisk on this win.
All right, Lauren.
Okay. Did you say that I can do an item interaction as like a separate thing?
Yeah, like a potion or something.
Sweet. Yes. Okay. That would be great. So I'm gonna use that to do my ointment again. So I'm gonna
Well,
use-
ointment is probably an action because
okay.
it's like that's not drinking something. That's like a magic item.
Yeah.
I would
okay.
assume.
Yes, it is. Okay. Well, then I'll still take the action and do it.
Okay.
Get that health back because I need it pretty bad. Not too bad. Okay, that's gonna be 14 health back for me. And then I will. Gary, what's your health at?
Well, he's not looking good.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Goodberry and have Mary take that over to you and give you all the 10 of them, so you would get 10 health back by eating those. And then I will have to take an opportunity attack, but I'm gonna basically just like run through number 3's legs and try and get like.
Okay, I don't want
I'm
you to
thinking the
hate
wrong
me.
thing.
So I don't
I
want you to
can't
do
do
that
that?
yet. No, you can totally do it. You're gonna get 2 opportunity attacks on you though.
I won't.
One
Oh, so
from
no matter
there and
what, I get the
Grethiel.
attacks.
Yes, because
Okay.
you're within 5 feet of both of them currently.
Okay, well then I'm just gonna stay there because that won't help very much because I'm just gonna
You
get
would
the attacks
quickly
no matter
lose that
what.
14 health. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I will just stay there then. That's fine.
Okay. I just didn't want you to do something without knowing.
No, that's very fair.
And because of that, you're gonna get vampire touched. Nope.
Wait, because I stayed there, you mean? Or
Yeah, just
Okay,
because
okay.
you're right there. Vampire
Got it.
touch is. I mean, it's got to be like 12. I'm assuming 12 does not touch you.
no, I've got 16 right now.
Yep.
so-
All right. And yeah, that's my turn. So it's going
Yeah.
to go to Ethilde and then Gary.
All right. I feel very badly for Pal because I also have some healing, but I know that if I get up in there, my bow will be useless. The best thing I can do for him is
No,
to
you're kicking
try
butt.
to take down the vampire. So
I've
I
got
will.
this.
I'll just sort of shout, "Hang in, pal!" And the third verse, same as the first, sharpshooter marking her, gonna get ready to throw down.
Yeah, we're really hoping for a miss right now.
No, we're not.
100%.
I can tell you from experience that we're
my
not.
gosh. My first one is always so bad. The first one totally misses. Well, I can't.
Love to hear it.
You could
Let's
not
see.
take sharpshooter and
4
get the
plus
the points
12
back.
is. What is 4 plus
16?
12? 16 minus 5. Yeah, no, it's 11. So no. Okay, the next one, come on. I'm gonna do sharpshooter again, though, because it's great when it hits. Ooh, that is... Oh, that would have been... I mean, it would have been one higher than I would have said last time, because she's undead, but it's fine. There's so many numbers inside my head. Oh, geez Louise, guys. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna break out the calculator.
Basic.
I was like,
It
I've
is
had
late.
mine out this whole time.
17 to hit.
17 hits.
Amazing news. Amazing news.
Yes.
All right, so 2d8 and a d4.
She gets so much.
Yeah, it's annoying.
24 points of
It's amazing.
damage, please.
So that goes...
Hey, we both did 24 points. Up top.
Yeah, do you want... wait. Yeah, do you want to say how you'd end Theriangathriel?
Yes. So, the last time I shot her and I cloaked her in the Wraith light, she was sort of like, I live here. And as I shoot it again, I'll just sort of say, you're not the only monster in the night. And as I let it go, the arrow is swirling with both the Wraith light and the moonlight. And it just impacts her in the chest. And it just makes her fold. Because it's the force damage too. So it just like... kind of like at the end of Lord of the Rings where the eye gets sucked in and then explodes. Not as cool because I'm not as big as that. But again, sort of like it hits and then sort of detonates in her. And she just sort of like crumples in that space.
As she crumples and starts to kind of implode onto the ground, you watch as the crown of Angmar lands, ringing as it bounces towards Paladin's feet.
Ooh.
Nice. That's my turn.
Okay, Gary.
Gary seeing this is like, all right, now take care of these bets.
And I'll take the bets. Oh, and my bats!
Wait, I'm missing all this.
I missed that one. Totally.
I think it's
and
like-
my axe.
Yeah,
Oh, I
yeah.
see.
And
My
my
bats.
I see.
Even Patrick got that one.
Yeah.
And me and Cobra like, what?
No, just too deep
But,
in it.
Yeah,
I
I
rolled-
totally got it.
I was also thinking like when the Witch King gets stabbed at the end, he like gets sucked into the
Yeah,
helmet.
like-
This works so well.
And that like high pitch like...
Yeah. Yes.
Well, that's what I'm doing to these tiny little natural flying rodents.
Get them good.
So I rolled a natural 20. So,
Fuck up those bats.
so 15 damage on this first hammer hit.
Okay, yeah. 15? That does. Oh, no, it doesn't. It really hurt, though.
Oh. Because I wanted to think it was like when
six?
Sauron is like swinging his at the
six
beginning of the first
had-
battle and all the people are flying. That's what I'm doing to tiny little bats.
Six had damage.
Okay.
So you killed 6.
Okay.
The scene is not dissimilar.
Yeah, I'm feeling really powerful. Gary's feeling great as he rolls an unnatural 20 for his second hammer hit.
Wow.
Wow, making up for
I
everything
think really
now.
confident
I'm-
after
yeah.
we took out this lady.
Okay, so nine damage on the second hit. I don't know who that's going towards. Just towards another
Another bat.
bat.
Okay.
And finally, I'll use my little axe and hit at the goop man for 14. Does that hit?
Yes.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Would you say that you're feeling great?
And 11 points of damage on that axe.
I'd like to take this moment to
was a good one.
recognize that Cole. I'm realizing right now that you look like Bruno from Encanto.
Oh. Okay.
Okay,
But we're not gonna
kills-
talk
Like,
about
we
it.
don't talk about Giddy.
Oh, no, I want you to talk about Giddy.
That was to the human, correct? That last
Yeah.
one? Okay.
Yeah.
So after Gary would be me, but me is dead. So Ethilde and... Oh, nope. Never mind. I'm going
Yeah, I just
Okay.
went. I just went.
to the human necromancer starts to run this way. Get your opportunity attack, please. 1,
Oh, with the hammer.
5, 6.
Oh, he rolled
Finally.
a 2.
No, Gary.
four.
Wait, do I get to opportunity attack that guy that was running away from me?
Yep.
Thank you.
Can you get opportunity attack on 2 bats for me, Gary?
Oh, sure. The bat's playing? Yeah, there we go.
15 for me.
15 is a hit.
Yay!
Take out his Achilles heel.
Yeah, exactly. With 5 damage.
But you could wrap him
5
up
damage?
with your spell, though.
Oh yeah.
Can you as a
Can
reaction?
I do that? I don't think I can as a reaction. Yeah.
I think
Oh,
it's just like a
okay.
mundane.
Especially because
like,
I
weapon
used
attack, yeah.
everything during my attack. Yeah.
How are you looking on those bats, Gary?
I missed one, but I did hit the other for 8 points of damage.
Cool. Let's take out number 5 then. That's already partially hit.
I'm contributing. I don't know if I've said that word before.
That's a hard word to say with that. I'm contributing.
Oh, I'm contributing. All right,
Raise
I think I got
and then
it.
Paladin.
What'd you say?
I
It's gonna
step.
be your turns soon.
Okay.
Number. Which one is that? That's at the top right here. This guy right
Number 3.
No. To the left.
4.
I think I'm still kind of inside of him. If not, I'll step just to right here to being just in
Oh, no,
line
you
of
can
sight.
see it. You're good. Yeah.
And I will fire at them.
I think that's bats, right?
No, that's the
Oh, that's
human.
the necromancer.
Oh, no, sorry. 2 is human. 4 is bats.
Oh. Then I will step here and shoot 3.
Okay. 3 is already hurt as well, so.
22 to hit.
Yup.
Yep. And then 12 damage.
Okay.
And then one more time. 17 to hit.
Yep.
And 9 more damage.
Cool. Paladin?
Which guy did he hit?
I hit number 3. And then actually,
3, sorry.
after, so I stepped what? That's rough terrain, right? So that's,
Yeah,
I
so
probably
that'd be-
moved my full space. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Cool. All right. I want to use a really cool spell that I have. So I want to use Summon Beast. So I'm going to summon the spirit of this, like, I'll do of the eagle that I have the Talon Dagger of. So Gwahir, like the great eagle, he's the one that like saved Sam and Frodo from Mordor. Like, ghost spirit like comes forward and like and like grabs that guy and attacks
This
him.
is very much like the water horses.
Yes.
Love that.
So I will roll to hit him. Very nice. What do I add to that? I think it's okay. So that'll be 21, I think.
That will hit.
Amazing. Okay, so 6 plus 4 plus 2, 12 damage.
Awesome. Ithilde and then Gary.
Oh, I still have another action.
Then hurry up.
I'm just gonna follow it up and like shoot him with my sling because that seems fun.
Perfect.
Cool. 17 to hit.
Great. You're
Yes?
getting him good.
Good. Just one last little hit. That'll only be 3 damage though.
Not so good.
Just hate
Okay.
him.
Yeah, you just one last.
I'm
little
pretty
bit.
far away to hit him with a little rock, so whatever.
Ithilde?
I am well within my range to attack number 2. I have 600 feet of range, so I am going to turn my attention and I will mark him with the Wraith Light. Or her? I'm not sure who is who, honestly.
It's
but-
a solid day.
okay.
We'll just say then,
Solid
yeah.
day.
Yep.
They're really androgynous ghosts.
That's fair. Are they
They're not
indeed?
ghosts. They're
Are
not
they
ghosts.
undead?
They're
Are they
calling
alive?
them ghosts.
They are alive. They're just
They're
humans.
Yeah, I
alive.
keep
Okay, so I
calling
don't
them
get my
ghosts.
D4.
Yeah.
All right, so 2 attacks against them.
Yeah, you gotta keep your D4.
Yay! This one is probably gonna hit 24.
Yes.
Dope.
And that's number 3 you're attacking, right?
No, number 2. Number 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I figure number 3's taken care of between my party. 7. 2 is 9 plus 7 is 16 plus 10 is
Math.
26. Yikes,
Big
guys.
hit. Big hit. Did you get another one?
I get another hit, yeah.
Nice.
Good lord, Janice.
Listen,
Straight
there's
up
perks to
murderer.
being a bit of a min-maxer.
Yeah.
15 plus 12 minus 5. 15 plus
22?
Yeah, sure. You can say any number and I'll be like, that's the one.
Sounds high enough. You're good.
Okay,
Sounds
and I'm
good.
going to attack it again. Not as good this time, but that's okay. 21 points of damage.
Yes. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, not quite dead, but not looking amazing
good.
at all. Gary, do you want to do anything? What are we doing
Yeah,
here?
I guess Gary would run up. I think he would ignore the bats. I think if they're fleeing, that's fine. But would run towards towards that human and attack with a hammer and then finish off with an axe. So I'm assuming the 21 will hit. Does a 15 hit?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the last one was another 21. Okay, so I'll just roll full damage. Plus 16 is 24. Plus 5 is 29 damage total with all 3 attacks hitting.
Yeah, you definitely kill him.
Yay!
Nice.
Yay!
I'm doing it! As he
As
knocks
you
a
Finish
skull.
him. The bats disappear into the chapel, and you watch as this other necromancer guy like takes the corner and disappears into the darkness over
I just
there.
want to kill him. My bird is following him. Or like still over there at least.
It is Graze.
Oh gosh. Okay, I'm just gonna run up. 1, 2, 3, 6. I'm gonna just shoot. I'm just gonna go for
Kill
it
it.
down the hallway.
him.
Let's get this guy done. This isn't gonna do it, I don't think. That's 14, 16. Oh, that'll hit him, right?
Oh yeah,
Sweet
Oh, yeah.
cheese, people.
Oh, yeah.
that Nebraska
9.
really got me. 2 years of Nebraska
11.
ruined me. 11
11.
damage.
Yes.
That's a good hit.
Okay, let's go
Right.
one more time. Yeah.
time. Let's aim for 12.
Yeah.
What?
Let's aim for 12.
Like to hit?
Let's do a big hit.
Okay, well that's 11. 13. Does 13 hit?
Oh, 13 hits.
Sweet.
These guys are like just little tiny unarmored
Kill 'em.
spellcasters.
Kill him.
Then that would be 10.
Oh,
You know that wasn't enough, Pat.
Just like limping away.
All right.
all right,
And then
Paladin.
as
Cool.
a bonus action, I will shine my light on him. Because he beat a DC 15.
Which
DC
stat?
15 con save.
Yes, 17.
I was trying to make him blind for someone else to finish him off.
finish him.
It's okay. It's okay.
Paladin's eagle will get it right now.
Yes, right now. He's gonna come in and get him right now. It's gonna be amazing. Got a 13. No, 14. Sorry. Math.
That hits.
Oh, yes. I was like, please fucking hit him. 9 plus 2. That's 11 damage on that.
Oh, you definitely kill him.
Yes. The eagle like picks him up and then drops him.
Off
I
the
like that.
ramparts. Yes.
As you kill that last necromancer, you watch as Full Red like walks up to where you're standing and picks up the crown.
Oh, stop! Do not touch that.
And he does. He drops it, and he's like, "I can't."
Oh, you already touched it and nothing happened. Okay, then it's fine.
And he just
I
says,
was worried about the Palantir type situation.
I can't believe all of this over a metal crown. And he just looks around at what used to be like this elven fortress atop Mirkwood, and goes, "What else could be around Middle Earth causing such havoc?"
So much fear and doubt over such a little thing.
And I think that's it for tonight, unless anyone wants to say and or do anything up top. Dolgur.
Can I say this? Can I say, I feel like this is just the beginning.
Okay, Batman.
He is Batman. He straight up is Batman.
You live in the darkness. I was born there.
Are you Barney Fife?
That's why I don't do voices. Thank you for anyone still watching. I hope everyone
Yes.
had fun. I really had fun.
I had a lot of fun.
Thank you again, Patrick, behind the scenes for doing our cameras and the music and maps and everything. Thank you, Andrew, Beth, Andrew 2, Lauren. It was super fun to have you guys. I'm
Yeah.
so happy you chose to spend 4 hours just nerding out over Lord of the Rings with me.
Oh yeah.
Oh please! This was
like what I was made for.
days worth of preparation. What do you mean 4 hours?
Oh man,
Do you know how much stuff I had to read about Lord of the Rings to play this game?
Make it sound like it's a chore.
I know. Like, I rewatched all of the movies just for fun.
I guess, Andrew, can you tell us where we can catch M of One stuff for those who might want to see what else we do?
Yeah, you can go to mof1.network where you can find just a whole cornucopia of episodes from anywhere ranging from pop culture stuff to having incredibly talented designers, illustrators, movie makers, even from all over the world for over 8 years worth of archive stuff, over 500 episodes. So you can check it all out there. And then obviously you can see what we're doing here on Twitch. You can give us a follow so you never miss fun stuff like this.
Cool.
Yes. And Andrew, where can we find you on social media?
I'm at Andrew Sale with 3s instead of E's if you like seeing Disney drawings and just fun things.
Who
This
does
is such a different energy from Gray's, and it's a real shift for me.
Beth, can you continue
it?
this train?
This hype train?
for it.
Absolutely, team. I've been Beth Kipp, Camilla Kipp on Instagram. Please follow me there for a lot of D&D shenanigans. You can also catch me on the Charisma Saving Show, another actual play that I'm in bi-weekly, where I play Fiagol, a sea elf rogue who gets into a lot of trouble. And yeah, we have fun there and we have fun here. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, it's so fun.
Thank you.
Kolb, your turn.
Sure, yeah. My name is Andrew Kolb, and I'm Kolb is Neat on the internet. I don't usually do much like live streaming or anything like this. I just watch a lot of Scrooge McDuck and call it a day.
You come every time we call, and I appreciate that about you.
Yeah.
Always happy to play. It's always fun.
Yeah.
I tend to be a dungeon master, so any chance to play as a player, always take
I
that
absolutely love playing with you. It's
Thanks.
Yeah,
the
this is
most,
Plug your
books,
the most
Andrew.
fun.
Well,
Oh,
okay,
Yeah, I was
okay,
gonna say.
so
I was like,
I tend to be a dungeon master because I tend to run the settings that I've written of both Neverland and Oz, which I think most, if not all, here have at least dabbled into. And Wonderland is coming out in the new year, which some have started to play in, and
Yes.
others will get a chance to play in soon. But those are my if you like the sound of those settings, there's everything you need to run an adventure in them. So
They're
that's
fun.
for me.
Bye
And
then.
more
Thanks.
soon.
yeah.
More books
the best.
soon. Lauren, your turn.
I'm Not Cool Co. everywhere on the internet. I am on the Master of One podcast every week. You can buy my cool Lord of the Rings stickers and pins and stuff on my Etsy, and that's it. It's easy. Not Coolco everywhere.
Cool. And I'm Will Churn at Will Churn on Instagram. And if you've made it this far on YouTube, leave a comment and just tell us that you have no life. All right.
I think by leaving a comment will let us know. Leaving a comment will let us know that you don't have a life.
Yeah.
No.
I need to know that to know if we can do other really long streams like this.
That's
I was like, yeah, I really want to do this again.
Please comment because I want to do this again tomorrow.
So here's a few.
I'm gonna be spamming it.
Here's a few ideas I've got. We could do Lord of the Rings again. We could do Star Wars. I want to do Mad Men. Like 50s ad agency D&D. I think that could be really fun.
Oh, please. For the love of all things
I was like,
sacred
you
and
throw out
holy.
my 2 favorite properties of all time and one that I've tried to watch 3 times and can't get through. But I still would do it.
I'm thinking that could be a lot of fun. So we'll see.
Yeah.
If you've watched, leave a comment what you want to see us bastardize in the future. All right, everyone, why don't you wave goodbye?
And thanks again, Will, for having us. This was great.
Yeah,
thank you,
super
Will.
fun.
Yeah, thanks
Fantastic.
for putting it together.
And Gary!
Oh, get it!